guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
So often say, without further ado, here we go. Would you look at that? Looks like we have wrapped up the month of February. According to the calendar before me, we are talking first day of March. March for 2021. Yeah, so what's that mean? The month that will give us the return to daylight savings time. The month that will give us, St. Patrick's Day? Yep, that'll be coming up here. The month that will give us the first day of spring, officially. As far as meteorologists are concerned, today actually is the first day of what they call meteorological spring. How do they look at it? Well, winter's, December, January, February. Technically, they say spring is like March, April, May. Spring officially arriving, what'd that be, March 20th or 21st, I think it is. Hey, well, also in the month of March, beginning into the beginning of the Passover, which means Easter will be just around the corner. So, yeah, anticipating... well, maybe some improving weather as well. Would that be something you all are looking forward to? Well, unlike about a week ago, where we were still trying to thaw out from the big freeze in the deep south, the temperatures had really begun to warm up in parts of Texas, Arkansas, areas that had been blanketed in the snow and the ice and the freezing rain. And tonight we've got rain. Man, it has rained almost the entire day here in southwest Ohio. There's still lots of rain out there. Matter of fact, real quick, let me punch over here. We've got flash flood warnings for a number of counties at this hour. Central and east central portions of Kentucky over toward the West Virginia line. Flash flood warnings for south central and southwestern portions of Kentucky, the neighboring counties there in north central Tennessee. Copious amounts of moisture have been flowing through the region. Tonight I'm looking at some the heaviest rain at this hour falling starting on the northeast side, say from Charleston, West Virginia. And those heavy rains, the heavy stuff winding down in Louisville, but you're still going to see some of that light rain off and on through the overnight hours. Some of the forecast models showing the future of anticipated rain. We'll see some of this continue to fill in parts of southeast Ohio. The breakoff line right now, pretty much right along the Ohio River line. They're in southeastern and south central portions of Indiana. Rains have pretty much concluded in southern Illinois. But we can go all the way down to nearly Tyler, Texas, where we'll still see some heavier rains or some rain pushing through Shreveport. Things really open up. It's a very broad area of shower activity as well, stretching from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Memphis is in the heavy rain. Tupelo, just beginning to see the heavy rains move into that area. On up through central portions of Tennessee, Nashville, you're in the rain, and you're going to be in the rain through most of the night tonight. So a soggy start to the new week, a soggy start to the new month. Rain's now falling in Pittsburgh. It's been raining much of the day in Columbus. You've been in more of the kind of the light to moderate rain. That's why we're not really seeing the flood watches through portions of Ohio. It's really Kentucky, West Virginia, and moving on up eventually overnight into parts of Pennsylvania, where, let's see, we have the flash flood watches pretty much for the entire state of West Virginia. Now, south central Ohio, when you get out of the Cincinnati metro area, it's pretty much all south of Columbus. You could see enough rain to cause some of the streams that might typically overflow in heavy rains. So again, flash flood watches in place for that region. Very active in the eastern portions of the country tonight. Elsewhere around the country, for a good majority of the lower 48, you're very, very quiet. There's a little bit of snow. You got a clipper system bringing some light snow over southeastern portions of North Dakota, a little bit of light snow over into northwestern portions of Minnesota. Also, you've got the cold air still in place in the furthest northeastern corner of the country. A little bit of snow falling in north central and northwestern Maine tonight. But in the wake of that bitterly cold air we saw in the middle portions of February, even across the deep south, looks like the milder air, which is going to be bringing rounds and rounds of rainfall, sets the new hazard condition as we flip into the month of March, and that is the concern for flooding rains and the potential for some locally severe thunderstorms. That's on the agenda for millions of Americans. We saw those rounds of rain starting this past week across the South. We've already had flooding issues in some areas. Nashville, one of many locales to experience flash flooding issues as some of those thunderstorms dropped heavy rain Saturday night. Now, as we wrap up the weekend, that broad swath I was just describing, stretching from Ohio to Mississippi, Tennessee, the river valleys, more rain, these rounds of rain blossoming in response to the clash of the air masses there in the central portions of the country. We actually saw some record-challenging warmth enveloping the southeast, trying to expand northward, where it's running into the much colder air in place across the northern plains and the Midwest. That results in what is a nearly stationary boundary between those two air masses, and that's where you get all the rain. Now, that scenario, they say, will persist on into Sunday night across many of the same areas, places from Evansville, Indiana, to Louisville, Kentucky, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, and Nashville, even Little Rock. Moderate to heavy rain will fall at times through the overnight hours. Now, along with the threat for flooding rain, there's also that threat for some pretty strong thunderstorm activity. Yeah, even into the overnight. I'm not seeing any severe thunderstorm watches. Just really, it's the flooding concerns right now. But a few of these cells could kind of pop up to severe levels. Some of the heaviest thunderstorm activity is right along that leading edge of the precipitation, stretching from that northwest corner of Alabama, kind of up into the central and east central portions of Tennessee. Some of those, you may hear a few rumbles of thunder in that zone. All right, although threatening weather is anticipated along that front, drier conditions will be forthcoming in the wake of the stormy weather, but not before many areas pick up a wide swath, up 2 to 4 inches. And there's a zone in the heart of that where 4 to 8 inches of rain. It could even see some double-digit totals across portions of Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia. Yeah, those areas, and that's why we're seeing some of those flash flood warnings right in that zone. Largely dry conditions will begin to filter in by later today, Monday, across the Tennessee, Ohio, and mid-Mississippi River valleys. There will continue to be issues in the wake of that wet weather. Many area rivers are going to continue to climb near or maybe into flood stage as all this rain continues to run off. Now, the cold front that brought some of this thunderstorm activity Sunday afternoon into Sunday night continues to advance into the deep south through the day Monday, bringing with it that wet weather. By Monday night, there's a new storm, the next system that begins to develop in Texas, pretty much right along that same boundary zone. So the next wave of downpours then traverses eastward across the south for Monday into Tuesday and maybe even Wednesday. Areas along the I-20 and I-10 corridors, get ready for a real soaking start to the new week, the start to the new month. Along with the threat for localized flooding, some of these embedded thunderstorms could also bring some damaging wind gusts across the south, probably all the way into midweek, they tell us. Once our system finally slides off the southeast coast by Wednesday evening, finally a bit of a break, a bit of a reprieve from the wet weather in store across the south for at least a few days. Into late week, high pressure will finally begin to settle in for that region of the country. All right, quick look at some of our travelers' weather as we get things underway here in the month of March. Got the big show here for a Monday. I mean, right out of the box, we're going to start the new week. First of all, it was a big weekend for the straight line racers. The South Georgia Motorsports Park, I think that was the name of the place. Actually, Kyle's going to join us here in just a second because Kyle's been there embedded with the Hotshot Secret diesel truck that was participating in the racing activities there. Yeah, you got the diesel pickup going up against some of the fast gas cars in Georgia. And we've got some very interesting news. Exciting weekend for the Hotshot Secret racing team. Then coming up shortly after that, we're going to be joined by Joel Morrow, who Kyle kind of introduced me via Facebook to Joel last week. I did share a couple of videos, what Joel's all about. Been driving truck for, he'll tell us, I think like 30 years. But he's all about maximizing your fuel economy in your truck, which more and more, especially with the new administration, we've been watching for how many weeks are we? I think we're at 16 weeks now. We've continuously been watching the price of fuel going up and up. And whereas many times the price goes up a penny or 2 pennies on any given week for the national average, we've been watching prices in recent weeks jumping by a dime per gallon for the national average. So the cost of moving freight is going up. The cost of filling your truck is going up rather exponentially. And you need maybe some tips, and that's what Joel's going to be trying to break down for us, how you can maximize your fuel economy to reduce your costs when it comes to commercial vehicle and moving the freight around the country. So, as I said, exciting things as we get the new week underway. It looks like Kyle is on the line here. Let me jump right down to somewhere. I don't know. Are you in Georgia? Are you in Florida? Where are you at this hour?
Hey, Steve. I'm actually down in Florida now. I just left Georgia earlier today.
Okay, all right. So big weekend. What was it called? South Georgia Motorsports Park? Was that it?
Yeah, that's where we are at. We are attending the Lights Out 12 event, a big radial event of the fastest racers in the world. Predominantly has always been a gasoline event because that's where the speed's been. And as you know, we've been working very closely with the Firepunk diesel race team. We've got the Hot Shot Secret S10 out there, which is the fastest diesel truck in the world. And we had some changes in the off season, and we're really kind of coming out the season swinging, going for a new record, and we got it. And not only that, but we achieved something that we've been working towards for a couple of years now, and we officially became the first diesel-powered vehicle to ever break into the 3-second territory. So the team had a run of, I'm checking on it right now, it was a 3.998 at 182.67 miles per hour. So 0 to 182 miles per hour in under 4 seconds. And no diesel in history has ever gone that fast, that quick. So it really is a history in the making. It's a monumental thing for the industry, for diesel motorsports as a whole, for the diesel platform as a whole. So we've been chasing this history for a couple of years now, and we knocked it out first race of the year. So really exciting, and really proud to be part of this history.
Trying to recall, I think we were able to actually get on the program there Friday morning because things started up. I think you had your first run was like Wednesday night, if memory serves. They ran like a 4:11. Yeah, 4 seconds, 4.11, however they talk and however they say it. But then it was Thursday morning, early in the day, when they did what was a 3.99 pass. Was that correct?
That's it. Yep. We had got the world record down to a 4.11 at the end of last season. It was the last race of the year down there at South Georgia Motorsports Park, same place at their big fall event. And we had our chance to get down there again to open up the season for the spring event. And as you mentioned, we bumped it down a little bit to 4.10 and then made a huge leap. If anybody knows anything about drag racing, especially at that speed, to move a tenth of a second is monumental.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't just the tenth of a second. It was actually the really getting into the threes. If you had asked anybody even 3 or 4 years ago if a diesel could make a 3-second pass, you'd pretty much be laughed at. But the technology on the diesel platform has come so far. Really big advancements in the industry the past few years, and it's all kind of come together with a lot of hard work, a huge team effort. I really should mention a lot of these guys. Obviously Firepunk Diesel, Hot Shot Secret is so proud to sponsor these guys, and as a lot of people out there know, they're local to us in Ohio, only about 50 minutes from us. And we've got a long history with them. I really should have them come on this program sometime, Steve, and we can talk about it. But Firepunk really is the ones that got us into motorsports. And it started off really just we were looking for some testing on our FR3 friction reducer, which is, one of our high performance oil additives. It's an additive we use now in all of our racing oils. We have a full line of called our adrenaline racing oils. The engine, transmission, gear oil, you name it, they all are infused with our FR3, and that all started with Firepunk. We went down there to do some testing with them, and they were really impressed with what we had, and they pushed us to come out with a full line of racing oils. We've been sponsoring them for a few years now, and they've put our stuff to the test, and they've helped us develop our products. So working with these race teams have allowed us to really advance our product development all the way down to the bottle you see on the shelf. The FR3 that you see on the shelf at the truck stops and the auto parts stores is the same product that goes in that truck that just ran a 3-second pass at 182 miles per hour. So we're just so proud to be able to work with these guys and advance our products for the everyday driver out there by taking these products to the limit. And it's just been a fruitful relationship on both sides.
Wow. Well, you set me back over the weekend. You sent me a message on Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening when I gave you a call there, and you were talking about you only had a quick second, but you were getting ready to go to the staging area for another run. So as soon as we hung up, I jumped on the Flow Racing app on the website or whatever, and of course I clicked on an annual subscription because I know you guys, your racing season's just getting underway, and I wanted to be able to watch live what was going on with the Hot Shot Secret car to see if they could better that time over the weekend. So you sent me back $150, but I can now tune in live to all the action via Flow Racing throughout the season. So that was pretty cool. I was driving the family nuts. I was over at my son's house. I went in, he's got the smart TV, so I put it on Flow Racing, and I was watching drag racing all weekend long.
That's great. Yeah, we're actually big sponsors of Flow Racing as well. And, a lot of the events they cover, we've got some of the top race cars in the world out there now running in those events. So it's been a good relationship as well. And for the main part, to put a diesel, I think there were a total of 3 diesels that I know about in all the fields out there. And you're talking hundreds of race cars.
Mm-hmm.
To only have 3 of them out there. Another one was Ryan Milliken's brand new, I think it's a 69 Nova. Yeah, he's got a 69 Chevy Nova that has a Cummins power plant in it. So it's a very interesting, beautiful car. It's actually why I'm down here in Florida right now. We're going to be doing some filming with him this week on this new classic Chevy Nova powered by a diesel motor build. He was out there. The Nova struggled a little bit. It was his first race. It was in pieces just a couple weeks ago. So it was his first race and it just got going. So a lot more to come from that. You can watch Hot Shots after I get back, and we're going to have some really good video and interviews with Ryan about that project. So he was out there as well, but it's just a great representation for Firepunk to be able to go out on a stage that large and represent the diesel industry on how far it's come. And I'll tell you, Steve, to end the weekend there's been some diesels that have tried this, but they just we've never been at the level that the gas cars can do. The technology just hasn't been there in the past. So to even make the field is monumental. And not only did we make the field last fall, but we squeaked in last fall. This time they actually qualified, and it turned out to be the number 17 position. They bring 32 cars into the field after days of qualifying, and the Hot Shot Secret S10 qualified number 17.
Wow.
So right there, smack dab in the middle of the field. And I guess you could say, fortunately, unfortunately, we got paired up with number 16, which was Tim Slavens, which if anybody's into drag racing or racing at all, he about broke the internet earlier in the week. He's got the maroon Camaro that went airborne, just lifted off the ground and went airborne earlier in the week. Somehow they got the car straightened back up, and we had to pair up with this guy who's got an incredibly fast, famous car. First pair out on during the eliminations, and this was under the lights, packed house, on their feet, biggest stage we've ever been on, any diesel application's ever been on. And these two left together. RS10 pulled on them a little bit, and then on the big end, that 4,000 horsepower on the other side just pulled around us and nosed us at the line by, it was 12 100ths of a second that we lost by. But
wow.
That was just fun. And I mean, as big a name as he is, it was really cool to see thousands of people in the crowd at the end of that run just gasp with it's really cool to see all these people really pull for the diesel truck, and it's a fun thing to root for. And it was a big statement for, the industry itself. So we were just really proud to be part of it.
I think that was that the run that I got to see live Saturday night where you ran a 4:007. You missed breaking into the threes again that was like 7 1,000ths of a second.
Yep.
Was that the run?
Yeah, it was just above a 4. We didn't hit another 3 yet, but it was just a 4, and I think he ran a 395 or something like that. It was about like I said, I know the difference was 12 100ths of a second at the end there, so it was a close one. If we had somehow pulled off a win there, that would have been even more crazy. But the just breaking into the threes itself is just something that a lot of teams have been chasing for years. And we're gonna have more. Hot Shot Secret sponsors a lot of these diesel racers out there that have had some really big builds in the off season, looking to be the first of the threes. We've been talking about it in the industry for a couple of years because we know we've been getting close, and it's been talked about the chase to the threes and who's going to be the first one. So it was exciting to get there. Congrats to Firepunk. You can never take that away now. They were the first there, but watch out. We've got a bunch more coming, and it's just a different world now with what we can do with the diesel power plant. And it's not just Firepunk, and it's not just Hot Shot Secret. They run our adrenaline race, oils and all like I said, the engine, gear, trans, you name it. We just put out a video just a week or two ago of the teardown of the engine in the off season, and really showed what our products could do to protect the bearings and inside that engine, and how good it looked after 100 passes last year. So we're real proud of how our products performed on that. But, I want to give it, a shout out to Exergy Performance. They're one of our sponsors. You hear them during commercial break a lot. They handle all the fuel systems on the truck. D&J Precision is the one that built the all billet Cummins block that's in the engine in there. Nitrous Express is the nitrous sense system. Mensker Motorsports does the does the suspension. Rossler Transmissions. I mean, it's just a real team effort that a lot of people spent a lot of time, blood, sweat, and tears, long nights to do this, and it's history for the diesel industry, and we're really proud to get out of the way the first race of the year. So the pressure's off now. Now we can just have fun seeing how far we can dive deep into the threes and really surprise more people.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it was fascinating to watch. Now, since I've got Flow Racing now, when do I get to tune into some more with you guys? Is next weekend anything going on, or?
I'll have to check my schedule on the Flow Racing. I'm down here in Florida now. Like I said, I'm going to be doing some filming with Ryan Milliken on the Diesel Nova. But this coming weekend, we have a big event at Emerald Coast Dragway in Holt, Florida. It's called Diesels on the Beach. It's kind of the kickoff to the diesel drag racing season. So I'll be there. I don't believe that's televised by Flow Racing,
okay.
But I'll have to get you an updated schedule and let you know which races we have some of our Hot Shot Seeker drivers at. So,
okay.
And we've got not just diesel drivers, we've got gas guys too. So there's a lot of Hot Shot Seeker representation out all over drag racing right now, and it's going to be a big year for us, and couldn't ask for a better start.
All right. Well, congratulations on a 398, right? Big deal.
Absolutely. Hey, and I hope I'm going to be tuned in here. I'm looking forward to hearing Joe Morrow come on. Man, is this guy smart? A true industry expert, and I think the audience is. For those that don't know him, they're going to be really surprised, and for those that do know him, are going to be excited to have him on. And he's just an absolute wealth of knowledge. And I reached out to him and asked him if he'd join us and kind of give some of his knowledge to our listeners. And I mean, maybe even take some calls from the drivers that, might have some questions, or if he's got time. But I'm really excited to have Joel on, and I think you guys are really going to have a good time talking with him and absorbing some of that knowledge, because he's a guy that really does it. He does it the hard way. He does it behind the wheel. He's not one of those guys that's behind a desk somewhere telling people how to drive these trucks. He actually gets out there and does it, and it's just a wealth of knowledge. So look forward to hearing him on the show here. All
right. Well, that's he's online, ready to roll here. So thanks so much for the update there, Kyle. It's been it was fun for me to watch over the weekend. I've never really been big into drag racing and whatnot. For so many years, more of a NASCAR fan, but like so many others, I don't know, the intrigue is kind of fading with NASCAR, and I'm actually getting a little more into the straight line stuff, because that's pretty incredible. When you know a little bit more about what's going on and how it works, and I didn't previously know a whole lot about it, still technically don't, but I do appreciate the update there, and you enjoy nursing your sunburn there in Florida.
Will do. Have a good show.
All
Thanks,
right.
Steve.
Yeah, it's he called me earlier, and just to rub it in. He's like, "Oh, I'm standing out here on the balcony, feeling the cool breeze off the ocean, nursing a little sunburn here." It's like, okay, all right, don't be pushing your luck. But yeah, he is. They did have some beautiful weather down there over the weekend for all that racing action. And hello to Cue Ball, the other Cue Ball, way out west in Washington State. He's tuned in. I see he made a comment a few minutes ago. Short sleeves? Whoa. Yes, I broke out the short sleeve shirt for the first time in a long time. We warmed up close to 60 degrees on Saturday. Had a beautiful day Saturday. Sunday, by the time I woke up, it was already raining. But even with the rain, we warmed up into the middle 60s, and it's quite comfortable outdoors. So, a little taste of spring is in the air. Great to have you with us. Yeah, Joel joins us next, and he's going to hang out with us for about an hour. He said an hour and a half, something like that, however much time he's got with us. But yeah, and he said he'd be willing to take some of your calls. If some of you probably know Joel, because he's no stranger to being on the airwaves. When Kyle was telling me about him last week, I pulled up his Facebook page, and I said, well, Kyle, hell, he's going to be the special guest with Dave Nemo tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact. I think he had a visit with Kevin Rutherford later in the week on satellite radio. So, no stranger to talking to the truck drivers. Our number is 844-844-3388. Underway on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right. Hope you had a good weekend. We wrap up the weekend. Again, here the month of March rolls in. First day of March for 2021. And we welcome in Joel Morrow, joining us from, is it Findlay, Ohio? Or where are you from, Joel?
I'm in Norwalk, Ohio. Good early morning, Steve.
Good early morning. Well, how was your weekend?
Really, really good. Just take a second here and really give a big hats off here to Kyle and the Hotshot Secret and the Fire Pump Diesel team. That is pretty awesome stuff what they just pulled off down there in Georgia. And you really don't get to that level of performance that they're operating at without having some optimized fuel and lubrication going on in that vehicle. And it's kind of cool to understand that the very same stuff I'm using in my trucks, they're using in a vehicle performing at that level. And it's just kind of cool to see that.
It was a big weekend, yeah. And it cost me a few bucks, but I got to watch live, which that was the key for me. So, all right, so I
pretty awesome.
Had a call from Kyle last week, and he was trying to tell me a little bit about you, and he asked if I was familiar, and I said, well, no, I'm not real familiar, but like I said, when I pulled up your Facebook page there, you were actually on with Dave Nemo, last Wednesday or something, Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere last week.
Yeah, I do a every other Tuesday spot with him for 30 minutes in the morning, and then I also do a spot every other Friday with Kevin Rutherford for a couple hours.
So you're a busy guy on the radio then, actually.
I enjoy it. I like to give back to the industry that's given me so much. We've learned a lot over the years, and if I can help some drivers out there, kind of sidestep some of the pitfalls that we had to struggle through when it comes to efficiency and speccing equipment and understanding, how to optimize specs to make emission systems perform better and longer, I'm all for it. So I like to give back. I like to help when I can.
Well, start us off. Tell me and tell our audience who may not be familiar with you a little bit about yourself. Obviously, you've been driving truck for a number of years, but what got you into what you're doing today? I guess a little bit of history about who Joel Morrow was all about.
Well, let me give you a little background. We'll start. Oh gosh, I guess it was way back 1984, 1985. At 15 and a half years old, I had bought a triaxle grain trailer from a farmer and kind of converted it to haul landfill waste for a local business. And so I bought it at 15.5. We spent some time refurbishing the thing. I bought a 1-ton pickup truck. That's how I got into driving initially. Done that for a couple of years. Then I went to work for my dad's company. He had a recycling business where he had some trucks that were used to deliver his own product to customers. I kind of got bored with that. I really loved to drive, and I really loved tinkering with the trucks, and I wanted to get out on the road. So we had a truck sitting around that really wasn't doing a lot, and I had leased it on to Chem Lehman at the time. I loved the challenge of the hazmat and the pneumatic tanks and the liquid stuff. Ended up putting on 5 trucks there. Really quickly understood that without fuel efficiency and operational efficiency, it was very hard to make money in that business. So I really started to tinker and explore and test and try to figure out how to get the best fuel efficiency out of the trucks that I had, that I could. And we really made a big impact on the fuel efficiency of our trucks. You know, we were in that 5.5 mile a gallon range, which was kind of typical back in the day. And we had brought the average fuel efficiency on that equipment up to 8 miles a gallon. Then I also, as things progressed, we bought more and more trucks. We got our own operating authority. The James Morrow and Sons transitioned into today's Ploger Transportation, which now we're a 70 truck fleet. During that time, I've been able to work very closely with the OEM engineers. And I provide a lot of feedback to the OEM engineering staffs. We do a lot of testing of pre-production equipment. And we also help to sort of develop concepts that their engineering staff can take off and run. And really became adept at doing that. And I kind of outgrew just the hands-on trucking part of it. And this is where I opened up the Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting. And I'm doing a whole lot of work these days with the OEMs, Volvo in particular. Do a lot of work with Dana Corporation, testing some of their stuff. And it's just been a lot of fun. And we've done some amazing things in terms of fuel efficiency and operational efficiency. So it's just not a matter of putting around at 55 mile an hour anymore. We can run some higher speeds and get some really good efficiency out of trucks.
One of the keys that I've learned over the years is that that was the old word was every mile you go faster than 55, you're getting more wind resistance, and that really cuts back on your fuel efficiency. So where's a good starting point for drivers out there as far as where do you try to begin addressing improving your fuel efficiency or fuel economy?
The big thing today, and especially if you're looking to buy a new truck, is the actual spec that goes in the truck. And the catchphrase today is called downsped or downspeeding. And this is where we are trying to run the truck at lower engine RPM. What we're really trying to manipulate is piston speed. It's not necessarily RPM, because rod length or stroke will impact piston speed at the same RPM. So your piston speed will vary among different engines. So it's important to understand that relationship between rod length or stroke and piston speed and RPM. So there are a lot of things out there today that we look at in terms of what engine may perform best for a downsped powertrain. And there's just a lot of things that go into making a downsped powertrain actually perform so the driver actually enjoys driving it. There's a lot of, quote, downsped powertrains out there that drivers just can't stand to drive. You hit a little hill, you lose 10 mile an hour right off the bat going up and over an overpass. And, a lot of people are like, well, that's just the nature of the beast. There are ways to fix those issues and make the truck perform more like a traditionally geared truck and still put up very impressive fuel efficiency numbers and productivity numbers at the same time.
So if I like many drivers out there can't afford a brand new truck, so you got to buy someone else's equipment, hopefully with the least amount of miles as possible on it. But it's spec'd however they spec'd it. So when you have that kind of an issue, what do you have any options after?
Yeah, sure. Well, you really want to shop around because there are a lot of downsped vehicles out in the market, and a lot of time people will avoid them because the performance level isn't quite where they want it to be. And what we have found is when you go into vehicle parameters, you can make adjustments, and these are just parameter adjustments that will significantly impact the drivability of that downsped vehicle while maintaining the fuel efficiency. So some of the things to think about when you're looking at this, what we call traditionally geared vehicles. So you're looking at rear axle ratios, maybe from typically we used to see 390s all the way down to 308 through an overdrive transmission. This is what we call traditional, and this is what a lot of drivers that love to drive, they're looking for that feel of that type of powertrain. They like the power on the hills. Not so much the fuel efficiency, but it's damn fun to drive. Mm-hmm. When we start to get into the high twos, like 285 all the way down to 205 on rear axle ratios, this is what we're calling downsped, lower RPM. In certain cases, maybe not so fun to drive, but the fuel efficiency is generally pretty good on it. And so understanding what parameters that you may want to look at with today's automated manual transmissions, oftentimes there are options for shift logic that will have a huge impact. So you can buy a used truck today that is downsped, make some adjustments in the parameters, and there are some things that we can add on to the engines that really help as well. One of the products that I love to put on my downsped trucks is Air Dog dual stage, where we separate the air and the vapor out of the fuel system on both sides of the fuel pump, not just on the inlet side like some systems do. We have many points of nucleation on the backside of that fuel pump, and taking that vapor out of the system really helps to improve the low end torque. It helps to improve the efficiency curve of the OEM fuel pump by force feeding it. And so now we've got drivability at very low RPM that we were lacking in the past, and why a lot of drivers kind of shun those type of trucks because they do operate at lower RPM. And traditionally, we just didn't have the power down low. Today, we have power down low when we have parameters right. When we put a few add-ons on, we can make that truck very, very drivable.
Okay, kind of a dual question here. Now, you've been in the business for many years, and you know, I guess, the ins and the outs of what fuel, the cost of running your business, the cost of running your truck in relation to fuel. That is one of the top, I think, right behind like driver compensation, the second highest cost of running the truck. So it's always in your best interest to get the best fuel economy. Secondly, if you can take me back to you said you had a truck getting in the 5-point-something miles per gallon. You were able to get it to 8+ miles per gallon. That's an incredible improvement. I mean, even when you put a device on where you say you can get, 0.3 of a mile or 0.4 of a mile better, they typically say that's a great improvement. It's worth the investment. So again, a two-part question there.
Sure. It's not just about adding this device or that device. A lot of this is your mindset. You've got to believe that this can be done. You've got to understand the technology that you're dealing with. So a lot of times it is the attitude of the driver that can make or break this. And fortunately for the owner operators out there, you're in complete control of this. It can be frustrating at times when you're first learning what to do and how to do it. But once you start to learn and understand, it actually becomes a challenge that's pretty satisfying when you meet your goals. As far as operational efficiency and fuel efficiency, they're kind of two different things. Fuel efficiency is very important, and you're correct when you say that it's either your number one or number two expense, depending on the price per gallon. It flip-flops with drivers' wages as your number one expense. So it is extremely important, and all owner-operators should pay attention to this. And, oftentimes I hear guys say, well, if you made more money, you wouldn't have to worry about it. There's no point giving money away. There's no point pouring it down the drain. So I think what some drivers kind of push back on is the drivability issue that we've always faced in the past. The trucks they weren't any fun to drive. I mean, I'll be the first to admit it. And running around at 55 mile an hour in order to maximize efficiency, while that does work and it's very effective and it's always your cheapest place to start when you're first starting, it's not the funnest thing, and it's not real rewarding. And so there are things that we can do that reduce internal drag in that engine. And one of the ways we do that is what we call down speeding, slow that piston speed down. The fewer strokes that makes per mile, the less drag we have internally in the engine. Another great thing is like the Hot Shot Secret products, the FR3, that is a drag reducer, and that is very similar to slowing the piston down, reducing the drag in the engine. It helps the fuel economy. When you gear the truck right, you can run higher speeds with reduced drag, improve fuel efficiency, improve productivity, hopefully improve your delivery times. So there's a lot of upside to understanding fuel efficiency combined with productivity and what we're going to call operational efficiency. So it's important not just to break the one thing out. We have to look at fuel efficiency, but we can't just focus on that and not think about the other aspects of the business.
So again, crucial for the owner-operator in particular, because that's money out of their pocket. A lot of times, I guess, for company drivers, do they still hold the mentality that says, "Well, I'm not paying for the fuel, so yeah, I could give a flip what kind of fuel economy the boss is getting. If he wants improvements, he'll do something to improve it."
Hey, absolutely, and look, we've got 70 trucks, and I don't blame a company driver for having that attitude. We're regulated by the hour, and we're paid by the mile. There's a disconnect there. And for a company driver to really struggle trying to do this and trying to do that, when he's being paid by the mile, his mindset should be, I'm getting from point A to point B as fast as I can and be ready for that next dispatch. So in my mind, a properly run company, you try to make that difference up in the specs so that driver doesn't have to deal with that stress while he's out on the road. Get in the truck and go. Make your deliveries, be on time. We're going to engineer that truck so it is adaptable over multiple speed ranges. And that has always been my challenge as a driver. I want an efficient truck, but I want a truck that's fun to drive so I can keep drivers in that truck. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really important to do, even for the owner-operator. I mean, there's some satisfaction in having a truck that isn't the last truck up the hill. I mean, I get it, and there has to be the operational efficiency, not just the fuel efficiency.
Okay. All right. We're about 10 before the hour as we're into a Monday. Joel Morrow joins us live this morning as we get the brand new week underway, talking fuel efficiency, fuel economy, and those sorts of interesting things for the driver of trucks. And if you'd like to chime in, you have a question for Joel, feel free to dial us up at 844-3388. I'm sure some of you that are out there in the business, doing the business, you might have some questions for Joel that I'm pretty sure he could help you to answer. All right, and if you want to send us like a question, my email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. I'll be happy to pass on any questions. A lot of times drivers can't call when they're driving down the road. So I know sometimes you can use the the voice to text message and send us messages that way. Meanwhile, what are we looking at here? All right. So aside from the internals of the engine, there's so many different devices that are available out there. Everything is really, I guess, in the last 10, 20 years, begin to focus on the aerodynamics, some of the old-fashioned big, long-nosed Peterbilts and whatnot that they're all trying to become more aerodynamic. Is that one of the key players, obviously, into fuel efficiency?
Sure. The faster you run, the bigger role aerodynamics play. And fortunately for, the owner operators that have maybe bought a used truck that maybe not quite so aerodynamic, again, simply slowing down is a way to overcome that handicap. Obviously, it's not the favorite way of most guys, but a lot of times you can take a truck that isn't so aerodynamic, run it a little bit slower for a while, make some money, and then maybe make some modifications to make it a little more aerodynamic, or maybe just get an entirely different truck that is a lot better as far as aerodynamics in order to be able to run faster and more efficiently. So aerodynamics is a key part of this, no doubt, especially when you start to get up to that 70 to 75 mile an hour range. Aerodynamics play a huge role in your overall efficiency. And I know it sounds kind of weird to a lot of people when you're talking speeds out to 75 mile an hour and you're still uttering fuel efficiency in the same sentence. And, with these new downsped powertrains and the advanced aerodynamics, we're seeing fuel efficiency numbers in the high 8s, low 9s at 75 mile an hour, which, just a few years ago was kind of an unheard of thing. Also, we can't understate the importance of the downsped concept. The lower piston speed gives us more time for combustion to occur in the cylinder. Its impact on the emission system, and this is kind of the scourge of all the owner-operators out there in small fleets, are emission systems issues. The lower your average RPM, the fewer emission systems problems you'll have. And this runs counter to most people's thinking. A lot of people think, well, you run higher RPM, you have more heat in the system. Actually, you're cooling the system off because you're pumping more air through it. And emission systems don't work very well at lower temperatures. So low RPM means you're operating closer to peak torque. Peak torque is heat and pressure in the cylinder. It lowers particulate, and it helps to extend the life of your emission system. You throw in a product like the Hot Shot Secret Everyday Treatment on top of that, things get really good in terms of emission system durability. Very, very few, if any, regens. Last year, I went 120,000 miles and never done a regen on the truck. Never had check engine light, nothing. Everything's fully optimized in that truck. Downsped powertrain, full aerodynamics. We're running fuel treatment on it every fill up, and I cannot stress enough how important it is to optimize fuel quality in emissions trucks. And when the hot shot people say that they've reduced regens by 50%, in my mind, that is conservative. It really does a hell of a job, and it really helps to keep the truck out of the shop. Not only does it improve the emission system, but it also extends your fuel filter life. And a lot of guys and a lot of the new trucks are on extended drain intervals, out to 60, 65, 70,000 miles. And we're able to get fuel filters to run out that long. We don't have the asphalt buildup that we would traditionally have when we're not running a product like the Hot Shot Everyday Treatment. So, a lot of things all rolled into one there, but optimization, paying attention to fuel quality, paying attention to aerodynamics, paying attention to piston speed, all this stuff really, really impacts the bottom line for the driver.
So how do you feel about some of these nowadays? I guess most trucks that I see on the road are running the skirts, the trailer skirts. A lot of trucks have the tails on them. I don't know what the technical term is, but all these things trying to improve the aerodynamics, right? How do you feel about those sort of things?
Well, it really depends on what your duty cycle is and what your operation is. So in our case, as a fleet, we have, I think, 3 trailers to every truck. And our trailers don't run as many miles. So it's very, very difficult for us to cost justify trailer aero. It's very effective, but when you have to triple the purchase price and only run, a third of the miles in that particular trailer, and then when they're sitting in a customer's drop lot, the yard jockeys run them around, they'll bump them up against the snow pile, rip the fairing off. It becomes difficult. Do trailer aerodynamics work? Absolutely 100%. If I were an owner-operator and I was married to a trailer, I would have every aerodynamic device known to man on that trailer, because it absolutely pays when you have a trailer that's running as many miles as the truck. And you have full control over that trailer the majority of the time, and you don't have, God knows who jockeying that trailer around, bumping this and bumping that and ripping this off and ripping that off. So yeah, belly skirts, trailer tails, nose cones in the front, all of that stuff. If you're married to a trailer, it's a great idea. If you're in a small fleet and your trailer ratio is starting to approach that 3-to-1 trailer to truck ratio, then you've really got to do the math on it, and you've got to understand what your average speed is and how many miles those trailers are running in order to cost justify it.
Okay, very good. How about tires? Rolling resistance. That's a key factor, is it not?
Yeah, it sure is. And this one, here's a topic we could spend, the full 5 hours on, and everybody has opinions on low rolling resistance tires. And I kind of think we've hit the pinnacle or the apex of where rolling resistance should be. Once you get past a certain point, we run into a condition that I like to call running slip. Some drivers will notice this on these ultra low rolling resistance tires, especially if they're running a 6x2 configuration. They'll start to get traction events on the dash if it's raining or it's just the right temperature out. That some of these low rolling resistance compounds don't do real well in the cold, or they don't do really well when it gets up over 100 degrees. And you'll notice, your traction light coming on a little more often. You don't really notice it driving down the road until you put hub meters on both axles. And then you start to watch the difference. And I have some 6x2 trucks where I have a dead axle that's just free rolling and the powered axle. And you look at the amount of slip that occurs on that drive axle during times of high or low temperatures in mountainous terrain. You can see up to 8% slippage on that drive tire. So, it's been pounding in our head, low rolling resistance, low rolling resistance, low rolling resistance. It's true to a point. You have to be very careful. The lowest isn't always the best, depending on duty cycle. The guys that are running out in the Intermountain West that are pulling a lot of hills, that are seeing some higher temperatures, that ultra low roll tire may not be the best choice for them. There's some moderate rolling resistance tires that do a hell of a good job, that will last longer, that will provide better traction over a bigger temperature spread. Makes the truck a little safer to drive when the weather gets to extremes. In 6x2 trucks, this is especially true. In fact, I have done testing that has shown that a standard resistance tire versus an ultra low rolling resistance tire on a 6x2, when you get into some challenging environments, does just as well fuel economy wise. So there are a lot of things that we have to look at to make sure that we're getting the right tire for the duty cycle and for the equipment that we're running.
Okay. Well, I want to pause right there, if you don't mind. We got to get a news update here. We'll come back with more, and the lines available here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. We'll return with more. Roll it into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Former President Donald Trump made his first speech since leaving office Sunday, addressing the Conservative Political Action Conference in Orlando, Florida. During the speech, Trump criticized President Biden's efforts to undo many of his policies, including the decision to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline.
And in one of his first official acts, which was incredible because, again, he talked about energy. He never said he was going to do this. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying not the 8,000 or the 9,000 or the 11,000 jobs that you hear, but 42,000 great-paying jobs on just about day one, right? He never talked about that during a debate because he wouldn't have gotten away with it.
This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I've been taking vitamins off and on my whole adult life, and I've never seen any change. Not like this, not since I've been on Balance of Nature. I used to take prescription medication for muscle aches and stuff. I don't take that anymore. I wish I would have started it back when I first heard about it on the radio. And if I can give Balance of Nature any advice, keep it out on the radio, because I still hear these commercials from time to time, and I'm thinking, you people need to listen up. I mean, I'm over 50, and, your body starts wearing down. But Balance of Nature has literally changed my life. It really has.
Get a wide variety of all your daily recommended servings of whole fruits and vegetables without having to leave your home. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
With Johnson & Johnson's single-shot COVID vaccine receiving an emergency use authorization from the FDA Saturday, 3 vaccines against the virus are now available. On Sunday, the CDC added its approval, voting to recommend the shot for those 18 years of age and older. With its approval, Dr. Anthony Fauci is urging Americans to take whatever vaccine is available to them. The head of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases tells NBC's Meet the Press that it's imperative that as many people get vaccinated as possible, no matter the company that produced their shot.
All 3 of them are really quite good, and people should take the one that's most available to them. If you go to a place and you have J&J and that's the one that's available now, I would take it. I personally would do the same thing. I think people need to get vaccinated as quickly and as expeditiously as possible. And if I would go to a place where they had J&J, I would have no hesitancy whatsoever to take it.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Ebola virus is making a return in Africa. Wendy King has the story from the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau.
The government is implementing new measures to prevent the spread of the Ebola virus by travelers from Guinea and the Democratic Republic of Congo entering the country, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The announcement comes after Ebola outbreaks in the 2 African countries that have killed a combined 9 people, according to the WHO. Previous outbreaks in the countries, as well as Liberia and Sierra Leone, killed thousands of people. In a statement, the CDC said the Ebola outbreaks in the 2 countries are in remote areas, and the risk of spreading to the U.S. is extremely low. The Biden administration is committed to working closely with the affected countries to end these outbreaks before they grow into epidemics. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest News Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And at least 18 people have been killed in protests in Myanmar, according to the United Nations Human Rights Office. Another 30 people have been injured. The UN office says they've received credible reports of military forces firing live ammunition into crowds in several cities. The military has intensified its crackdown against protests that began after military leaders retook power in a February 1st coup. Senior leaders of the democratically elected government were arrested then, including State Councilor Aung San Suu Kyi. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, we'll jump back into it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, for many it was a soggy weekend. Yeah, more on a traveler's weather coming up here. There are some travel issues, especially in the Deep South as we get the new week underway. Yeah, it's stretching really from the Ohio Valley all the way into the Deep South. It's going to be feeling kind of chilly in the Northeast as well. We'll give you more on that. All right, meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Chat with Joel Morrow this morning. And give me the correct number. You've been driving for how many years and how many million miles, Joel? Oh, but help if I unmuted you, wouldn't it? First, I apologize. I got to this whole phone system.
There we go.
I got to bring him back. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm north of 4 million miles. I kind of lost count, tell you the truth. I'm 4.5, right around in there. About 35 years. I've been driving in one form or another on a daily basis. I still drive today on a daily basis. I'll go in later this morning and make a few runs. I think it's super important to have hands-on. A lot of consultants and engineers, they like to sit in their cubicle and they like to kind of dream things up with the way things should be. And they like to preach certain things to owner operators and to small fleets, and they've never spent a minute behind the wheel. And, this is something that I really believe in, kind of the blue collar hands-on approach. And, then being able to work with some of these engineers and kind of draw them out of the cubicle into the real world a little bit and get them a comfort level interacting in the real world. And it makes a world of difference when you can put a team together of a really skilled engineer who has this very pretty pedigree from, whatever engineering school. And he's a very smart guy, but he's never spent any time in the real world, and kind of hold his hand and bring him out in the real world. And that's where the magic happens, and you can really get a lot of things done. And I've learned so much over the years by being able to kind of leverage that type of interaction.
Wow. Well, it might be nice if we'd have some of our, the people that are making the rules for trucking, like the FMCSA, if some of their board members, I don't think any of the 5 top guys have ever even driven a doggone truck, but that's a different story in itself. But I'm looking at some charts here. I'm looking at some charts that Kyle sent me, and I'm thinking, this can't be real. Some of these maps, I guess, where you've got some documented trips. I'm looking at one from almost down in Rolla, Missouri, all the way to like Lima, Ohio, where you got 11.6 miles per gallon. Is that legit?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my best ever. It came out of Grant, New Mexico, and the first little truck stop there in Oklahoma, the Panhandle. I can't remember the name of it. I'd done a 16 mile a gallon, almost 17 mile a gallon run across there. Now I was light. I had a truck. It was a 6x2 that had a liftable axle. I had a trailer that had a liftable axle. I had very advanced aerodynamics on that trailer. And I wasn't in a big hurry. Average speed was right around, I think, 56 or 57 mile an hour. So I was running about 62, set on the cruise. And of course, when you're heading west to east, you're coming off the Continental Divide. So it's a gradual slope all the way down to Oklahoma. There's ups and downs, obviously, across 40 there, but numbers like that are very, very achievable. My latest test truck that I have, I'm running trailers without any aero. I'm running speeds up to 75 mile an hour, and the lifetime average on it to this point, and it's not even really broke in yet, it's 9.5. So I'm kind of disappointed when I drop below the 9s anymore.
Wow.
There was a time when I thought, being in the middle 9s with no aero would be impossible. I routinely see teens when I'm running full aero with lift axle trucks, and you get under a 15 or an 18,000 pound load, you're able to get 2 axles off the ground. You have this downsped powertrain that at 75 mile an hour, I'm running 1,050 RPM, sitting right on top of peak torque, just below peak horsepower, kind of in that sweet spot on the BSFC chart. It's really just, firing on all cylinders. We're optimizing diesel fuel. We talked about that, how important that is, the cetane level for full combustion to occur to help drive those numbers up, reducing the friction even further by using a product like FR3 in the oil that just makes the downsped concept, it kind of puts it on steroids. We're really reducing that drag. Drag in the engine and in the drivetrain, to me, is every bit as important, if not more important, than wind resistance. I don't think that a lot of the engineers put enough focus or stress on the parasitic drag issue in the powertrain. Being able to work with an OEM like Volvo directly, we've been able to learn some things about down speeding and about drag reduction. Being able to work with a company like Dana, where I had them super lap a gear set for me, and we're using some very, very slippery oil in that axle housing. Each one of those things has a small impact, but all those small impacts kind of add up to one big explosion. And you see those numbers, and they're not unusual for me to put those types of numbers up. I know a lot of people, especially guys that have been around the industry for a while, they have a hard time with it. They look at that and they're, I can hear it right now. There's guys driving down the road. Oh, that's horse shit. There ain't no way. This just isn't happening. Right? It's not true. Yeah, it is. It can be done. That's right. It's all attitude. Remember, attitude. You've got to believe that these things are possible and can be done. And this is the kind of things that I like to give back to the industry. I am more than willing to tell anybody exactly how I've done this. I'll give you the spec of the truck. I'll give you the tires, the aerodynamics. I'll give you every bit of information that I can to help anybody achieve these types of numbers. And this is kind of what's cool about, working with Kyle, being able to come on the radio. It's nice to be able to give back and to help these guys that might be struggling. Imagine going from 5.5 to 10.5.
Right.
What's that going to do to your bottom line? I mean, you're going to put your kid through college. You're going to take vacation to Hawaii. You're going to buy that bass boat. Whatever it is you want to do with that extra money. And the beautiful part about it is we've learned so much about down speeding. Now we can make the truck drivable. We can make it so it has power to run up the hills. We can make it so it has the startability that some of today's trucks, when they spec these fast rear end gears, you try to back up and you're going 15 mile an hour in reverse. You're slamming trailers and you look like a rookie, and that sucks. It just does, especially for a guy that's been around for 30 or 35 years. He doesn't want to look like a newbie backing under a trailer. We've solved all these problems. All these things can be done when you're speccing a new truck, and we know how to minimize it on the used trucks as well.
How about transmission? Automatic transmission versus standard shift. Is there one better than the other for maximizing fuel economy?
Yeah, this is a subject that, I was brought up on 13 and 18 speed manual transmissions, and I was one of those guys. I'll never drive an automated manual,
Okay.
Just I'll never do it, yada, yada, yada. I got an automated manual. I'll have a hard time going back to a 13 or an 18 speed. Now, that being said, the original automated manual transmissions, the 12 speeds that everybody's familiar with, that they brought over from Europe and they've tried to Americanize, look, in reverse, they're not as good as what they should be. Starting very heavy loads on a soft surface, starting on a slippery surface, sliding tandems, pulling out of a below grade dock with a heavy load, they struggle. They do. Are they acceptable? Yeah. I mean, you can make them work. So there are some options out there right now. Volvo's really leading the charge on this. They have a 13 and 14 speed automated manual transmission. And right now I'm running the 14 speed I-shift heavy duty. It has crawler gears and overdrive. Overall ratio of 41.08. When you compare that to an 18 speed manual, which is kind of the owner operator's dream transmission for most guys, because they like the versatility that offers, that transmission only has like 19-to-1 ratio coverage. So there are some automated manuals out there that will run circles around a 13 and an 18 speed. It's also important to understand that you have choices when it comes to shift logic in those transmissions. So Volvo in particular, and I'm just familiar with Volvo, and I'm sure the competitive automated manuals have these types of options too. They have a performance mode, where we have power launch, kind of like for a race car. It's going to help get these heavy loads in soft soil, rolling. We have what we call gentle shift, which is the strategy that I like to program into my transmissions that, we control torque in the low gears, and it's got a very nice progressive shift, and it's not really revving the engine up really high, because with general freight, we just don't need that. And so you want to maximize the fuel efficiency, and you actually get up to speed a little bit faster when you're not really revving hard through the gears. And then they have a balanced logic that's sort of the best of the performance and the best of the gentle shift. They kind of put it together for guys who see various different duty cycles. Most people are not even aware that that type of stuff exists. And this is the kind of information that I really want to get out to people so they understand what they have and they really enjoy driving it, and it's very efficient and it will last longer and perform better over time. So, the automated manual transmissions is as much as I know we get a lot of pushback from drivers that, I'm a manual guy. I get it. I love banging through gears every now and again too, but I can tell you also that sitting in Atlanta, sitting in Chicago, sitting on the Cross Bronx or wherever you're at in traffic with a well-spec'd and programmed automated manual, it's hard to go back to a 13 or an 18 speed. It's fun every now and again to jump in the truck. I like float the gears, you bang through everything. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's a skill. Everybody likes to say, I've got a skill set that nobody else has. I get all that stuff, but at the end of the day, the newest generation automated manual transmissions are just awesome.
Okay. Well, that's a good answer. I'd say, because I'm very familiar with some of those guys. If you don't know how to shift gears, you're not a truck driver. You don't know how to drive a truck, right?
I hear it. And it was kind of funny. We had our last batch of trucks with manuals several years ago that came through, and of course I was in one of the newer ones with the automated manuals, and I had one of those guys in the fleet, and he was proud of the fact that he could shift the 13 speed. He was real proud of that. And we met out in the yard one day, and he's like, yeah, get in the truck and drive. So, I was able to jump back in. And once you learn that, you don't miss it. You just float through everything and go through it. And, you just kind of like, oh, you can't drive that truck. So, yeah, guys say that. They probably really shouldn't. I mean, yeah, there are some newbies out there that, they learned on automated manuals. The manual transmission, it's on its way out. It just is. If a guy learned on an automated manual, so be it. It doesn't detract from if he's a real truck driver or not.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So as far as like, when you say to get this information out to drivers, do you have like some sort of a consult business or something to do that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I just started last year, Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting. Most of my work has been at the OEM level, but I'm really wanting to get into the grassroots level and share this information and get it out there. And, I was talking with Kyle a little bit, and, we've used Hotshot Secret stuff for a long time. Great people to work with. Their products work very well. And, they do some really cool stuff marketing. So maybe I'll see if there's an angle we can put something together where we can, get information out there on a regular basis and really communicate with the drivers. I think it would be something I'd like to pursue. Because I honestly, and I've said this multiple times, but I like to give back to the industry. If I can help some people, I want to do that. Improving fuel efficiency and productivity is probably one of the primary goals in your trucking business. I understand getting good rates is part of it, but we all know rates move up and down. We've all heard the guy, well, I don't start my truck for less than $4 a mile. Well, you don't always get $4 a mile. It's not possible. There are times when you'll get more than that. But there are times when the market's down, and if you're efficient, you can operate effectively and profitably in a down market. Yeah, some guys want to park their trucks when the market's, you can only do that for so long. You know what I mean? So efficiency and productivity, they're just super important aspects of the business. And it can be done in a fun way, in a way that the driver enjoys, that the owner operator will enjoy it. You know, it's not just slow down anymore. We've really engineered some solutions to that. Very drivable trucks, very fun to drive, that make a lot of horsepower down low. Just as an example, today's D13 TC, the turbo compounded engine that Volvo produces, it makes peak horsepower, and it's 466 peak horsepower at 1,262 RPM. You know, not that many years ago, we were talking peak horsepower occurring at 2,100 RPM. And for every 100 RPM reduction running down the road, it's about a 1% efficiency gain. So think about that for a minute. You know, you're looking at 8% or thereabouts and an efficiency gain. You know, start doing those numbers, put that to your bottom line. You add a product like the AirDog Dual Stage that gives you another 50 or 60 pound-feet of torque between 800 and 1100 RPM that allows you to hang on to a gear, a little bit longer, climbing that hill, keeping that average RPM down. That extends the life of the emission system. You're treating fuel with a product like everyday treatment, and now you're extending the life of the emission system. You're keeping that truck out of the shop. It pulls better. It's quieter. It's cleaner. You can run faster. All these things make a big difference, and trucking becomes enjoyable again. We've got in our fleet, our cost to operate per mile with the latest generation emission engines we're almost right back down to where we were before emissions came into existence. We're getting really close to pushing that limit.
And I think the emissions stuff, that's been one of the kickers. I mean, over those 30 plus years, you've been through every stage of this emissions. Yeah, because like every 2 or 3 years, you got the next level.
Absolutely. And we embraced it early on, and we were one of the few companies that did, when everybody else was, trying to figure out how to delete stuff and, trying to figure out ways around it. We were investing money in training techs and training ourselves, forging those relationships with some of the engineering staff at the OEM levels to try and bring a better understanding, not only to us, but to them as well. So they kind of understood what was going on, understand some of the challenges that the drivers face is extremely important. And now we're starting to see fruit, it's bearing fruit. We've gone several years of interaction with the engineering staffs and, back and forth about, it doesn't do this right and it doesn't do that right. And we're in the shop a little too often for this and for that. And, we've really collaborated well. And now this generation of engines, I think we're finally there where we can say, we're on par with the non-emissions engines, provided we're spec'd right. With the correct shift logics, with the correct parameters, and that we're treating diesel fuel and keeping that up to spec. That's one of the key things of all of this. We've got crap diesel fuel here in the United States. I'll just say it. We just do. It's supposed to meet 40 cetane minimum. We would pull samples from local truck stops in the area and have stuff sent out and tested. You'd see 36, 37 cetane quite often. Low sulfur diesel fuel tends to deteriorate over time. So I've been told that from the refinery to the pump, there's up to a 2-week dwell time. And in that 2 weeks where that fuel may set in storage or be running through a pipeline, whatever the case may be, it starts to deteriorate over time. So a lot of times at truck stops, in fact, I would say most of the time at most truck stops, we are getting substandard diesel fuel and we're putting them in very, very technologically advanced diesel engines, which just doesn't make a lot of sense. And this is why we personally, in our fleet, Everybody's issued a little, looks like an ammo can with pre-measured doses of fuel treatment that go in there. So if they have to buy on the road, they're doping their tanks on the road. Our 14,000 gallon tank in the yard, it gets doped every time it's filled. We're huge believers. Several years ago, we, as a cost-cutting measure, and this has been quite a while ago, we decided that we were going to stop treating diesel fuel and see what happens. And we done it for an 8-month period. And in that 8 months in our fleet, our maintenance costs rose $100,000.
Wow.
We started treating diesel fuel again, and it came right back into historical norms. So I can't say enough what a believer I am in treating diesel fuel. Some simple tests that we do to kind of demonstrate treating diesel fuel. We do what we call an extended idle torture test. So we take a D11, a Volvo D11 powered tractor, one of our local tractors. And this was before the wave piston and the common rail injection. So it's not the most technologically advanced engine on the market. So if you let that set and idle in the yard, almost like clockwork, at 14 hours, it would regen. And, we do that time and time and time again. You put everyday treatment in it, it would go 32, 33, 34 hours before it would have to do a regen. In today's truck, with the wave pistons and the common rail injection, I went 7 days and never hit a regen. So the stuff works. There is no doubt about it. Another thing that we track is the pressure differential in the DPF. And so we look at, the difference between inlet and outlet. And when we track that over time, what we see is if we run a group of trucks without fuel treatment and a group of trucks with, we see about a 30% reduction in the pressure differential rise, which means that DPF is plugging slower. There's less soot being introduced into that DPF. So we have less back pressure. And, it's very obvious that it's happened when you track it over time. I think the idle test is the one that really hits home and really speaks volumes to what this stuff is doing in the fuel system. As far as, keeping fuel filters clean, when we stopped using it, one of the biggest complaints was from my service manager. He was getting calls Sunday, fuel filters plugged. We would have 6 or 7 trucks every Sunday where we were having to send people in to change fuel filters. We start treating fuel again with the everyday treatment, that goes away. So there are a hell of a lot of benefits to it, and having optimized diesel fuel in these high-tech engines is absolutely critical if you're going to run them and not have issues.
Very good. Hey, I want to get a quick timeout. I think Robert Duck, is on the line if our voice recognition technology is actually working properly. But he's got a question for you. I got a couple questions via the messenger here for fuel efficiency. Sure. And again, it's 844-844-3388. We'll be back right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible. while you're on the road. The Bostrom Plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. Appreciate you spending some time with us here this morning, Joel. I know you've got to probably get to bed here at some point in time because you gotta work for a living other than being up talking all night on the radio, which that's sometimes that's the difficult thing about getting guests on my program because we're up all night long. First question though, let me start here with how important is it to keep the air out of the area between the truck and the trailer, and do you have any suggestions on the best ways to do that?
Sure, trailer gap. That is a very important measurement. And so the way we measure this is from the back of the cab to the front of the trailer. And with your typical 13.6 tall van trailer, what we're looking at is we're trying to get that measurement below 42 inches. I personally run a 39-inch gap on my truck. So if you were driving and there's no wind and, the weather's just perfect, and you're running moderate speeds, the gap doesn't really hurt all that much. Catch crosswind, it will kill you. Higher speeds, it will kill you. It's called putting 2 fronts in the wind. So you're putting the front of the truck and the front of the trailer into the wind if you're extended out 50, 60, 65, 70 inches. Isn't uncommon for some guys. They're running that huge spread, and that is a killer on fuel efficiency. Easy to lose a half mile a gallon just on that trailer.
Wow.
Gap. So if you're looking at a new truck and you're going to spec a truck, one of the most important things you should consider is running a heavier capacity front axle. I personally run 14.6 front axle with weight appropriate tires on mine, so I can close that gap up and transfer weight to the front and still be legal. A lot of times with a 12,000 pound front axle, you're trying to close the gap up, but now you're overloaded on the front. You're at 12.4 or 12.5. A lot of today's aerodynamic trucks with the setback front axles have 13.2 front axles, and that's a little better. 14.6 gives you a lot of flexibility in order to close that gap up and keep things tight and keep the aerodynamics where you want them in regards to fuel efficiency. So if you don't have the ability to spec a new truck and you've got a used truck or your existing truck, put a nose cone on that trailer if it's your trailer. If it's not your trailer, the best you can do is just tighten it up till you're legal on the front, and then you're done. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do there. If it's your truck, there's a product out there, and I think it's called a Gap Gorilla. It's these little wings that at 35 mile an hour, they fold up against the back of the cab. Over 35, they fold out and kind of close that gap off completely. It's kind of a neat looking product. I haven't used it personally because all my trucks are spec'd with a wheelbase and the front axle capacity that allows me to have that optimal 39-inch setting. So there are some products out there if you own the trailer, if you own the truck, if you're a company driver and you're just looking to get better fuel efficiency, just tighten it up the best you can and stay legal on your front axle.
Very good. All right. Good answer. Let's see. Is it Rubber Duck? I got you on with Joel here. Good morning.
Yeah, it was me that was stepping on the dog. I forgot the headset was on the nightstand. You said something about 75-mile-an-hour truck and being able to get fuel economy, which goes against the normal preaching, which is something that I'm very fond of. Thank you, because going with the flow of traffic. When you have a vehicle that has varying mile per gallon because of the loads, as a car hauler, you can't get wind efficiency. How do you find a happy medium with something like that? With an automatic?
Here's the thing. You're right. You're a brick. You are a brick going down the road. You're catching everything. And so in my mind, if I'm in your situation, I'm not even going to think about aerodynamics because it's just never going to happen. So what we're going to look at is driveline efficiency. We're going to do everything that we can to limit drag to the driveline. And there's lots of things we can do. Number one, just starting with the engine, an engine that was designed to be downsped. So there are two engines on the market that were, in my mind, purposely designed to be downsped. And when we're talking about downsped, what we're talking about is piston speed more than RPM. Everybody likes to refer to it as RPM, but it's really piston speed. So we have the Detroit, the DD15. It has shorter stroke, and it therefore will have lower piston speed at any given RPM. The Volvo D13 has a shorter stroke and will have lower piston speed at any given RPM. Then we go into the engines like the Cummins ISX or the X15, which has longer stroke. So at 1200 RPM, you are going to have faster piston speed. That piston is going to make more, travel faster up and down that cylinder and put more piston miles per road mile. And that increases your friction. So, if you have the chance and you're buying a truck, a used truck or a new truck, you're really going to want to look at an engine, if you're concerned with fuel efficiency, that was purposely designed to be downsped. Now, the challenge is they're not always fun to drive, right? I mean, we know that. So you've got to go into the parameters, because what these engineers have done, when you look at a downsped engine, they're really focusing on piston speed really hard. And so they're saying, we're in overdrive and you're going to run out to this speed, but we're going to make that truck hold overdrive until you get down to a certain RPM in order to control the piston speed. Well, by that time, you're halfway up a hill and you've lost 10, 15, 20 mile an hour, whatever it is, simply because the parameter says hold, piston speed's there, shift. We can change that into parameters. It's relatively simple. In a Volvo, for example, that parameter is P1AOD, and there's a road speed that we can select. Typically out of the factory, it comes set at 57 mile an hour. So if we're running 75, it's down to 57. Yes, to 57 before it makes a shit, and it's frustrating as hell as a driver. It sucks.
Hold on, that explains why I blew that Eaton auto shift up in about 6 days, because it was when I went into off-ramp corners, it was still stuck in 13th gear, and I'm punching the buttons to get the SOB to grab a gear because I don't want to go 50 mile an hour into that corner. I'd like to go about 30. And shortly thereafter, I got towed to the dealer. 6 days I blew one apart. But I've been driving like you, 3 million miles.
Sure. Right. And here's the thing. There are, when you look at the list of parameters in a modern engine, they have the advertised list. And then they have the list that the engineering people see that's about 4 times bigger than what they're actually advertising as parameters. And so much of this technology has come over from Europe, and the duty cycle is much slower over there. So when like in the case of Volvo, that defaults that P1AOD at 57 mile an hour, that's the same as their top road speed. So you have essentially overdrive and direct drive at road speed. We don't have it here, and it sucks to drive. So we go in and make that adjustment. We'll crank that up to 70 mile an hour. So you start up a hill, bam, it'll downshift like it should. Is it the most fuel efficient way? Maybe not. Go ahead.
You can still get it automatic. Well, your logbook and it has taken fuel efficiency to where you have to get the best you can get. But there's times when you have to get every mile, every minute. So
hey, I agree.
If it's a 70 mile an hour speed limit, you've got to be going 70. A lot of people
100%
think
agree
I'm
with you.
strange.
No, I 100% agree with you. I mean, we bump up against this every day in our operation. We've got points that we run from Ohio out to Utah. And in order to make that, guys got to hoof it, to satisfy the customer and to manage his time to meet the logbook. So I know exactly what you're saying, and you're exactly correct. So our fleet, we have taken the gearing one step further than what you see traditionally with downsped. And right now I'm running a 14-speed automatic or automated manual with a 2.05 rear end ratio through an overdrive at 75 mile an hour. I'm running 1,050 RPM in overdrive, and I can stay right at 75 and drop it down one gear in direct, maintain 75, but now I'm running 1,350 RPM or 1,375. So it becomes very drivable. Yes.
When you're at 1,000 RPM, like you're saying, and you're doing 75 on flat, as you start pulling, so you say that truck runs to Utah. As you start pulling your grade, and you need to downshift, you've changed the parameters then to where it doesn't lug it to 57 mile an hour, or
yes,
you shift it yourself.
No, we have changed the parameter, so the second it starts up grade, it downshifts. Also, and this may be unique to Volvo, I don't know for sure, but we have what we call shift modes on the dash. So one says E for economy, EE is extra economy, and P is performance. So when you have a heavy load, you automatically put that truck in performance. Now, this isn't the type of performance that we're trying to get 3 seconds and a quarter mile. This is the kind of performance that will hold that truck in direct drive one gear down when you're climbing a hill, without it upshifting 3/4 of the way up and just falling on its face. So it's very intuitive to the driver. It feels really good. You make the downshift from overdrive at 1,050 to direct drive at 1,375. It's an extra 100 horsepower on demand. It's pretty awesome to drive. And we're still.
Try it. I want to try it. I kind of work for your competitor now.
That's all right.
Out here in Indiana, and I drive around a test track.
Gotcha.
Getting ready to get on the hydrogen fuel program, but
gotcha.
I like I like what you're saying by you can take these fleet trucks that are out there that we're getting 10 and 12 miles a gallon in the fleets. And the owner operator, if you get in it with somebody that can understand the computer, can change the parameters, they can make it a usable truck.
Yeah, there's
you're
some
saying don't look at these things like they're pigs sitting on a parking lot.
You're exactly right. They have potential. They all have potential. Yes.
I appreciate it, Joel. Hey, Steve, congratulations, buddy.
Hey.
We're glad you're still hanging out here with us.
I'm glad to be here. Yes. Hey, thanks to Hot Shot Secret. Thanks to Chris Gabrelchik for getting us back behind the microphone. All right, that's a good question. Let's see. Up into the foggy necks of the woods, you got dense fog advisories up in your area there, Horse Feathers. What's going on this morning?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, you're not kidding about the fog. It's good, but good and thick. But it's I don't know if it's real. I guess dense, but not good and thick. I don't know. Somewhere in that area we got fog, but you can see through it. I mean, you got, I don't know, probably a good quarter, half mile visibility yet.
Okay.
So somewhere in that range. But it's foggy. It'll make you work. It'll make you work your eyes a little bit for it. But morning, Joel. Glad to have you on tonight. Glad you stayed up with us there. So,
Good morning. Yeah, I enjoy it.
So a little bit back there, you were saying how you took the additives out of your fuel and your maintenance cost went up $100,000 in that certain amount of time. Now, in that certain amount of time, do you have a dollar amount that those additives cost you so that you compare the difference? I mean, I understand at the end of the day, you have a better running truck, and at the end of its life cycle, it's probably run a lot better than if you didn't use the additives. But what does it cost in that same amount of time for the additives?
We do have that number. I don't have it right in front of me, but this is a number that I will get. What we're spending on additives, I can tell you without a doubt that fuel treatment probably is the best ROI of anything that we have done in our fleet. The cost to treat compared to the benefit is outstanding, especially when you start to add downtime into the equation. Downtime is the expensive part of it. We have our own shop. I've got a couple master techs in there that, we work with I work with them on a regular basis to understand what's going on with the engines and the fuel systems and whatnot. So we do have somewhat of an advantage as far as the cost goes to repair it, but that downtime, we're figuring around $1,500 a day downtime, lost revenue and whatnot. So you have a truck down for 3 or 4 days, it gets expensive in a hurry, and the cost to treat fuel is minuscule by comparison.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest things that's always the downfall for people trying to sell additives is, that explanation isn't out there, to say, we ran this way and it cost us this much, without the additives, and in the same amount of time we spent this much for additives. And here's our same, what it costs to operate the fleet in that same amount of time, or have two comparable fleets that, one does, one doesn't, and actually put those numbers out there, because everybody says, we can save this, we can save that, but there isn't any how much it costs to do it one way or the other.
I completely agree with you. There's not a lot of hard verifiable data out there. And this is why we continuously do things like the idle test that I described. And we do track some numbers. Tracking your data is, and even for the individual owner operator, is just so important. If you're not tracking data and tracking the same, like our fuel efficiency, our miles per gallon. So we're tracking it by the engine computer. We're tracking it by hand fill-ups, and I'm also tracking it through a product called Pedal Coach. And so I'm tracking it 3 different ways. And so I have a very, very good understanding of exactly what's happening with my fuel efficiency. We're tracking all kinds of different parameters inside the engine as far as NOx conversion efficiency and the pressure differential. When we run a truck in to do a service, we're kind of hooking it up and we're checking cylinder balance to make sure that, the overheads are right and everything's in adjustment and everything's running right. A emissions engine will require more preventative maintenance to run correctly, but the fuel efficiency and the productivity is so good, it more than offsets the added cost of that aggressive preventative maintenance. And, part of that aggressive preventative maintenance is the fuel treatment. We're starting to explore avenues with the friction reducer, because this makes a whole lot of sense to me, understanding that the downsped concept is leveraging reductions in friction. It just makes sense if we've got a product we can put in there that further reduces the friction on top of it, that this is going to have a positive impact on operation. So, I am a firm believer in these types of things when it's tested, when they're used properly, when we can see the results and actually sit down with guys like you and say, okay, this is what I've done. I've done this idle test. We were tracking this pressure differential. Here's what the results are. Then you can feel pretty comfortable that, hey, this stuff's really doing what they're saying it's doing.
Yeah, and as I say, I mean, that's, for the everyday person out here running, one truck or two trucks or six trucks like the guy I'm working for, and to try to explain to him that, here's what your everyday diesel treatment costs, to put in every time you fill up, and here's what your FR3 costs every time you change your oil, and to try to explain to him that, to spend that extra money, every week for the fuel, and every time you change your oil, and he's looking at the cost of all this additive going in the truck, and he's still paying the same amount of price for fuel, and that's where it's that I think those numbers really need to come out on both sides to really show the consumer what things cost and where they actually can save. I understand it's a hard line, to show one side to the other until you can really get some good numbers in that.
And it is difficult for smaller operations to track all this data. I'm fortunate being in a family-run business that I've been able to kind of pick the area that I really wanted to focus and work on. For a guy that owns 1, 2, or 3 trucks, for him to be tracking this data and then even understand really what he's looking at, if he doesn't have the access to the engineering staff like I have that can really break it down to me so I understand it, it's extremely difficult. And you're kind of just going off kind of gut instinct here. Should I pay this extra money? What's it really doing for me? And this is why I think it's important for guys like me that are in a position that have this data to be able to get it out and share it with people and understand that I am a blue collar guy. I'm not a guy that's sitting behind a desk, just trying to sell you something. That's not what's happening here. What I talk about are things that we have used in our operation over several years that have performed at a very high level. When you look at my background, we've been a top 50 green fleet 3 times. I've participated in the NACFE Run on Less Fuel Efficiency demonstration. I'm a 2-time participant in that, where we performed at an extremely high level. So I've been into this fuel efficiency thing for a long time. I'm at a point in my career where I can really focus on some stuff that I really want to focus on, and I want to pass that information along to help some people out like you.
All right, I've got a question via email, and then we're going to kind of recap, and I want you to tell people how to get a hold of you and more to get some of this information, to try this stuff. First of all, Marty says your guest refers to treating these high-tech newer engines on the semis. How would that affect an older 5.9-liter 24-valve Cummins dually pickup?
Hey, listen, anytime you optimize fuel, it's a good thing. I don't care if it's a 1920, it doesn't really make any difference. When you're optimizing the fuel, the engine's going to run better. If you're tracking numbers, and I don't know how many people track numbers on their pickup truck, you're going to see the difference. If you're not tracking numbers, you may or may not be able to tell the difference in just how it runs. In our trucks, you can tell just by the way they sound. On a Monday morning when I've got 6 or 7 or 8 trucks in the yard and I walk down a lineup of them, guys getting ready to go, I can tell who's doped their truck and who hasn't just by the way it sounds. There's that cetane really quiets the engine down, pulls better, less emissions. So in that older truck, you'll probably see less black smoke. It'll probably be a little quieter. It'll probably pull a little bit better.
Very good. Thank you for listening in there, Marty. All right, if folks want to get a hold of you or get more information, is there a way to do that? Do you have like a website or just your Facebook, social media kind of stuff? Or
Facebook at the present time, working on a website. Don't have that up and running yet, but that'll be coming. So just find me out on Facebook. I'm out on LinkedIn as well. I've got a ton of information posted out there. So yeah, look me up. Just Joel Morrow on Facebook, and you'll see it. All the trucking stuff will be on there, and check it out.
Yeah, we've got Kyle shared a little bit of, I guess, some of your background and some of the stuff you were just talking about, and go forward through some of those Yeah, it has those maps posted there. The one where you got like 16.73 miles per gallon across I-40 there in the south. And I mean, I'm looking at those numbers. I said, no, that can't be real. And I'm sure there's drivers saying that can't be real. But you'll stand by it, right?
Yeah, I get that all the time. I tell you what, you go back into any of my social media stuff and you go back through and you will see where I post running averages of fuel efficiencies for all the trucks that I have that I'm testing. So my stepson, he's in a test unit that we just posted a bunch of fuel efficiency numbers for, over like 169,000 miles worth of fuel efficiency numbers. I have just moved into a newer test truck. I think I ran 33 or 35,000 miles on it. It's gone back to engineering. They're going to do some adjustments. It's some pre-production stuff that we're playing with on it. I will have that back soon, and I'll be doing regular fuel efficiency lifetime totals. You'll see by hand. You'll also see the maps with the fuel efficiency posted so you can compare the difference. We work very hard at keeping the revs per mile for the tire and doing the fuel correction factor to make sure the dash is very, very accurate. So you will see some dash readouts from time to time, and they're typically within a tenth or two. There's no half or 3/4 of a mile a gallon spread, which is pretty common in the industry because people just don't take the time to calibrate the dash to make sure it's accurate. It's relatively expensive. It's time consuming, and most guys just don't have time to do it. I do it because I need to make sure that I'm putting out accurate information.
And I know when I typed in your name on Facebook, Joel Morrow, Morrow. Yeah, so your picture came up. You got a little picture of Buzz Lightyear, I believe it is.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yep, you got it.
That's the one to click on. All right. Well, I thank you so much for taking some time out, burning the midnight oil.
Yes,
go ahead. What else you got?
Yeah, I was going to say, when people go to that, we are a Volvo fleet, so a lot of the information will be Volvo specific, but a lot of this applies to any make or model that you'll see there. So, I know some guys, they kind of, it's a Volvo, I don't care. Just look at it. It will apply. A lot of the concepts apply to other brands as well.
Okay, very good. All right, well, we'll look forward to doing this again sometime there, Joel. It's been very, very interesting. Good information. I had several people posting things like, great guest, great show, guys, a wealth of knowledge. And, hey, this guy's giving Chris a run for his money. You're talking about Chris Gabrelchi. Chris he can answer those questions about, the additives and things like that. He's going to be our guest coming up on Friday morning. So, yeah, it's great being introduced to you, Joel. So, again, thank you so much for your time. You have yourself a great day. Hey, go ahead.
Absolutely. Hopefully we can get back on again.
All right. We'll look forward to it. All right. There you go. We'll get
All right. Awesome, Steve. Good talking to you.
Be safe out there and safe travels. There you go. Joel Morrow, Morrow. You can look him up on Facebook there. And yeah, smart guy, smart cooking. It is news update time. We'll get back with some of our other industry headlines. Of course, CPAC wraps up. What did the president have to say this past evening? A little different than what some may have anticipated, but yeah, we got so much to cover as we roll into a Monday. So we got cleared lines. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Former President Donald Trump made his first speech since leaving office Sunday, addressing the Conservative Political Action Conference in Orlando, Florida. During the speech, Trump criticized President Biden's efforts to undo many of his policies, including the decision to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline.
And in one of his first official acts, which was incredible because, again, he talked about energy. He never said he was going to do this. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying not the 8,000 or the 9,000 or the 11,000 jobs that you hear, but 42,000 great paying jobs on just about day one, right? He never talked about that during a debate because he wouldn't have gotten away with it.
This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
I've been taking vitamins off and on my whole adult life, and I've never seen any change. Not like this, not since I've been on Balance of Nature. I used to take prescription medication for muscle aches and stuff. I don't take that anymore. I wish I would have started it back when I first heard about it on the radio. And if I can give Balance of Nature any advice, keep it out on the radio, because I still hear these commercials from time to time, and I'm thinking, you people need to listen up. I mean, I'm over 50. And, your body starts wearing down. But Balance of Nature has literally changed my life. It really has.
Get a wide variety of all your daily recommended servings of whole fruits and vegetables without having to leave your home. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
With Johnson & Johnson's single-shot COVID vaccine receiving an emergency use authorization from the FDA Saturday, 3 vaccines against the virus are now available. On Sunday, the CDC added its approval, voting to recommend the shot for those 18 years of age and older. With its approval, Dr. Anthony Fauci is urging Americans to take whatever vaccine is available to them. The head of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases tells NBC's Meet the Press that it's imperative that as many people get vaccinated as possible, no matter the company that produced their shot.
All 3 of them are really quite good, and people should take the one that's most available to them. If you go to a place and you have J&J and that's the one that's available now, I would take it. I personally would do the same thing. I think people need to get vaccinated as quickly and as expeditiously as possible. And if I would go to a place where they had J&J, I would have no hesitancy whatsoever to take it.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Senate will take up a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package next week. It was passed in the House on Friday along party lines, but senators may still make significant changes to the bill before they pass their own version of it. A hike to the federal minimum wage is one of the provisions not expected to remain in that final bill. Senator Steve Daines says it won't matter what ends up changing, the COVID relief bill does not provide enough COVID relief. The Montana Republican tells Fox News that the bill should be focused on vaccination efforts.
They haven't even spent half of the last package we passed back in December. There was $900 billion passed in December. Only half of that's been spent. The economy is strengthening. The infection rates are going down. We should focus on the vaccinations, but we don't need this massive $1.9 trillion. Keep in mind, Mike, when you add up what's been spent in the last 12 months, if we pass Pelosi's wish list here, that'll be nearly $6 trillion of borrowed money for COVID aid. And the sad part about it, most of the dollars in this package are not really COVID aid. It is really Nancy Pelosi's payoff.
And at least 18 people were killed Sunday in protests in Myanmar, according to the United Nations Human Rights Office. At least 30 more people have also been injured. The UN office says they've received reports of military forces firing live ammunition into crowds in several cities. The military has intensified its crackdown against protests that began after military leaders retook power in a February 1st coup. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we'll bring it back on a Monday. Another hour. 2:07 Eastern Time as we get the brand new weekend, brand new month underway here. Yeah, the month of March. Okay, I'll take that. That means, the month spring officially arrives. A couple weeks away, but we'll also be springing forward. We'll lose an hour of sleep, but you'll start noticing the days, the sunlight, hours, the sun being up a lot later in the evening versus your typical middle of winter time. All right, as meteorological spring, as they call it, arrives today, some of our friends in the Northeast may be kind of wondering, why the weather may not feel much spring like spring in the coming days as you deal with a mixture of wet and some wintry weather. Then moved into the Northeast over the weekend. Snow, a little bit of sleet dotting the grounds, parts of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Saturday morning. It didn't last long. Temperatures did rise above the freezing mark. A steadier, heavier snow moved from eastern New York up to New England Saturday afternoon. Some areas picked up 2 inches from north of Albany, New York, and northwestern Massachusetts up into central Maine. Well, after a bit of a reprieve in that weather, Saturday night, your next wave of rain moved into West Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania Sunday morning, and there's much more rain coming your way. Elsewhere, the combination of rain and the snowmelt with that push of warmer air bringing flooding concerns, particularly across parts of Pennsylvania and West Virginia. Behind Sunday's spring-like rainfall, looks like some more wintry conditions will be arriving late Sunday night, just ahead of meteorological spring today. Cold air is going to follow the rain. You may see a few snow showers in parts of northern Pennsylvania, New York, and northern New England by early Monday morning. That cold air rushing into the region, also bringing with it windy conditions today. Helping to deliver that cold air is a quick-moving area of snow that's going to be pushing through the Great Lakes region this morning as that cold air, very cold air, moves over the modestly warm lake waters. Some heavier snow showers may develop downwind, snow squalls possible late Monday afternoon, continuing into Monday evening, especially across upstate New York. Some of these snow squalls or intense bursts of snow could bring dangerous driving conditions very quickly. Some of these squalls this week, they tell us, will be intense enough to threaten whiteout conditions, dropping visibility to near zero at times. Might get a quick coating of snow accumulating for some locations for a brief period of time. Road conditions may be slippery, and we could see some travel delays given the pattern and the wind flow for today into Monday night. One major roadway that could be impacted would be the New York Thruway. Interstate 80, 81, 86 could also experience a burst of heavier snow. For the secondary roads, be hyper aware of the surroundings. Watch for a drastic change in visibility and road conditions. Snow showers, which are less likely to be as heavy, will have a further reach across parts of Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Vermont, even New Hampshire and Maine. In most of those areas, we're talking very little as far as accumulation, but some higher elevations where it's cold enough, you might get a quick coating of snow, especially on the grassy areas there. It's possible a quick snow shower or flurry could reach parts of eastern Pennsylvania and northwestern New Jersey. Now, behind the snow showers and the snow squalls, there will be a shot of colder air that first reaches the Midwest to settle into the Northeast Monday night into Tuesday. Cities like Philadelphia, New York City, after a couple of days near 50 degrees, you're going to be stuck in the 30s on Tuesday. Across New York State and New England, temperatures may even hold in the 20s. For the beginning of March, And that's 10 to 15 degrees below normal, actually. We've been on this roller coaster ride as far as temperatures are concerned. Temperatures in most locations are forecast to rebound by Wednesday, returning to what would be more normal for the early days of March. Now, forecasters are predicting another wave of colder air later this week. So we're not done just yet, but we shall see. We will monitor and let you know. Keep our eye on things. Let me see here. Before we get to some of our industry headlines, let me jump over to the CPAC. Everyone, I have not seen the numbers, how many tuned into the CPAC. And I think I got up too late to catch it. I'm not even sure if it was run on the likes of Fox News, or I would imagine CNN or MSNBC probably had no interest in carrying what former President Trump had to say. So I'm not exactly sure. I know Fox News had been advertising all weekend to subscribe to their Fox Nation app. You know, you get like a 30-day free trial, but then it becomes like a monthly expense. So I have not downloaded Fox Nation at this point in time. But first of all, the CPAC, they take what they call a straw poll. And former President Trump took the straw poll by a wide margin Sunday. 55% of those in attendance picking him as the prospective Republican Party's 24 nominee. Florida's governor, we've been talking about in recent weeks, Governor Ron DeSantis, came in several points behind Trump at 21%. Overall, Trump's approval rating was 97% in this conservative crowd. But here's an interesting point. 68% of those voting in the straw poll said he should seek the White House again. Another 95% said they want the party to advance Trump's policies and go back to his America First agenda. Now, DeSantis topped the straw poll's results in a survey taken without including the former president. In that poll, DeSantis netted 43% of the vote, followed by South Dakota's governor, Kristi Noem, at 11%, and Donald Trump Jr., that would be at 8%. Now, Fox noted that straw polls, it's not scientific. Point out, the CPAC had promoted this conference as obviously a pro-Trump gathering, including wrapping up the events with the former president as the keynote speaker this past evening. But those results of the poll were released to Cheers Sunday afternoon before the former president, was to appear to give his speech. Technically the first he's made since he left the White House. Ron DeSantis has become popular because of his resistance to COVID lockdowns there in the state of Florida. Neither he nor anyone else has said if they plan to seek the nomination for 24. Now, in the past, CPAC polls have not proven to be, per se, good predictors of future nominees. Rand Paul of Kentucky actually won 3 such polls in a row before the 2016 primary, which he left after the Iowa caucuses. Mitt Romney, who has come out as a fierce critic of Trump, actually won a number of those straw polls at CPAC, 07, 8, 9, and again in 2012. When his name comes up, he's actually booed by Trump supporters. Meanwhile, Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence did not attend the conference, and he did not do well in the CPAC vote, to which he netted 1%. I don't know if that's people that are disgruntled with his handling of the confirmation of the election results, all leading up to the October 6th Capitol storming. All right, let's see. Putting the rest of a third party That was one of the things that Donald Trump definitely clarified this past evening. Yeah, we're not going to be forming another party. There's going to be one Republican Party, to which President Trump said, united all the way. Quote, I want you to know I'm going to continue to fight right by your side. We'll do what we've done right from the beginning, which is to win. We're not starting new parties. They kept saying he's going to start a brand new party. We have the Republican Party. It's going to unite and be stronger than ever before. He said that was kind of fake news, that he was starting a new party. Now, he went on to vow that the party will fight to defeat radical Democrats. Brave Republicans in this room will be at the heart of this effort to oppose the radical Democrats, the fake news media, the toxic cancel culture. That's something new to our ears, cancel culture. Now, that would be brilliant. Let's start a new party. Let's divide our vote so you could never win. That was the point I had made so clearly in many of our discussions. Even if 70% of Republicans were to join a new party led by Donald Trump, you're pretty much by fracturing the Republican Party, assuring the Democrats would never lose again. So I like the idea of draining the swamp. I like the idea of purging the Republican Party of all those rhinos, as President Trump used to say, drain the swamp. All right, he's kept a very low profile, very uncharacteristic of him, speaking of Trump. Of course, a lot of that's because he's banned from Twitter, he's banned from Facebook. But in emailed statements and a handful of interviews to some of the friendly news outlets, he blasted Mitch McConnell. He eulogized talk show host Rush Limbaugh. And, of course, they always say he made unfounded allegations of election fraud, all while avoiding any questions about his future in regards to the Republican Party. So his remarks kind of ratified the consensus of the conference. This is not a conservative movement wallowing in the loss to Joe Biden, as much as it is a government in waiting, counting down the 3 years and 11 months for Trump to make America great again. In the straw poll, as we mentioned, 97% of attendees approved of Donald Trump's leadership of the party. 70% wanted to run again. 55% said he was their preferred candidate for 24. Again, followed by Ron DeSantis and South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. I saw the snippet of where Kristi had spoke at the CPAC. I guess that would have been, was that Saturday night? I think she spoke there. And very interesting how she was going back and sharing how at some point in time she had done an interview with George Stephanopoulos. And this was going back to her handling of the COVID pandemic, especially in the early on days, when she was one that she essentially refused to follow all this BS advice from the likes of Dr. Fauci and Dr. Scarf, a.k.a. Dr. Birx, of just shutting everything down. Everybody has to wear a mask. You got to do this. You got to do that. Oh, you got to shut your restaurants. No indoor dining. She bucked the system. And she said in her interview with George Stephanopoulos, apparently he actually brought, what's his name? Cuomo, New York's Andrew Cuomo on. Governor Cuomo, to give her some advice on how she should be handling her state during the COVID pandemic. To which, looking back now, she said how embarrassed he has to be feeling today, because he was being praised as the champion of handling handling the COVID in his state of New York. And now you come to find out, they were lying about the numbers, that he was not handling things properly there in New York State. And that is continuing to be a growing issue. And more calls for him to resign. Right on the heels last week of one of the former aides of his accusing him of sexual harassment. Yet another former staff member came forward over the weekend accusing him of the same sexual harassment. So the calls against Cuomo continue to grow. But under Kristi Noem's leadership, we held the fireworks with people in attendance, including, at that point in time, President Trump and Melania Trump. They proceeded with that, even as the calls of, this is going to be a super spreader event. Kristi Noem, you're going to be killing people. There's blood going to be on your hands. She did not shut down the Sturgis bike rally, to which thousands attended. Lower numbers than a typical year, but there were large crowds. It did not become a super spreader event. So in her speaking to the CPAC, again, Saturday night, her state, the only state in the whole country that at no point in time declared any shelter-in-place orders, mask mandates, business closures, or defining what an essential business is, who's allowed to be open and who's not. She actually fired back at the national failing of health experts in this country. Listen to what she had to say about Fauci. Quote, "I don't know if you agree with me, but Dr. Anthony Fauci is wrong a lot." She said, Fauci told her that her state of South Dakota was going to get up to 10,000 COVID-19 hospitalizations per day. To which she said, my state never got over 600 per day. My administration resisted the call for all this virus control at the expense of everything else. Hospitalizations, not infection rates, were the primary concern. We looked at the science and the data and the facts, and then we took a balanced approach, she said. Truthfully, I never thought the decisions that I was making were going to be unique. I thought they were going to be more than would follow basic conservative principles, but I guess I was wrong. All those early lockdowns, a step that would have locked down my state through the fall when the pandemic peaked. They were trying to coerce me. They were trying to force me, the anti-liberty steps that the governments around the country were taking to enforce these mandates. Often the enforcement is not based on facts. Justifying these mitigation efforts has been anything but scientific, she said. And she actually got laughs from the crowd when she mentioned George Stephanopoulos asking Andrew Cuomo to give her some advice. Now seems like a really good time to remind everyone of what Cuomo was doing in New York, breaking down the allegations involving his withholding of the death count of seniors in their long-term facilities, after he mandated those homes take in infected patients instead of sending them to what was an empty Navy ship in the field hospitals they had set up there. Now, that's the media's COVID hero. And that is a valid point. There was a reason Donald Trump ordered the USS Comfort Naval Hospital ship to dock right there in New York City. Rather than using that for what it was meant to be used for, Cuomo sending infected patients back into the nursing homes. Well, they say, hindsight's always 20/20. No, but To make matters worse, though, was the fact, of course, that he lied about the numbers. And, the truth is all gradually coming to surface. Looking at 27 past the hour. Lines available here on a Monday. Jump on in. Join us here as we get the new week started. 844-3388. Steve, I believe it is. Good morning.
Hey, Steve. Good morning. How you doing?
Just fine. How about yourself? How was your weekend?
Pretty good. Just driving through Iowa tonight. Nice and quiet.
Okay.
So anyway, Blagojevich from Illinois, he did 7 years in prison for being set up. He didn't kill anybody, though, did he? As far as I know.
No, I mean,
Governor of Illinois.
That was the whole thing where he was looking to try to kind of like sell the Senate seat of Obama, wasn't it, when he ran for president?
Yeah, there was some FBI wiretaps that he was kind of negotiating the seat. Never took any money, but basically, I think that was a whole setup. They wanted to get rid of him, but like I said, he didn't kill anybody.
Right.
And that's what brings me to my next point. That I think that when you're talking about Cuomo, the guy was a disaster, and that should be investigated. And he should be. There should be a grand jury to see if charges should be brought up against this guy. I mean, it's just appalling what he did. It's just appalling. And those families that suffered. There's a lot of people that are going after this guy, and I think the Democrats are trying to push him out anyway. From what I heard, he's just not radical enough for New York State.
Really?
They've got a couple other people in mind that want to replace him. Yeah.
I heard someone, I don't know who the commentator was yesterday morning, talking about Cuomo right along that topic there. And she made an interesting point. I don't know if it's true or not, but she was saying that Andrew Cuomo and California's Governor Gavin Newsom are two individuals that the Democrats are essentially wanting to throw under the bus because they don't want those sort of individuals to be able to make a run for the Democrat nomination in 24 because I guess their endorsed one is Kamala Harris. They want Kamala Harris to not have anyone go against her in 2024.
Well, I really don't think it matters who the Democrats put in, Steve. If they have a free and fair election, there's nobody that's gonna beat the Republican Party, whoever the Republicans put in. Because I'll tell you, Donald Trump's voice is louder than ever right now. You could tell his speech last night. I'd say I'd give him maybe a B.
Okay.
It wasn't one of his A+ speeches. I didn't think he was as fired up. He was kind of subdued. He talked about a lot of stuff, including, the election fraud, which his points were valid. He talked about the Constitution being, how they ran around the Constitution, and what they did was unconstitutional in those 4 or 5 swing states, which is true. It's a fact. But he brought up some numbers, Steve, that were pretty interesting. In all the races, Senate races, House races, that he endorsed a candidate,
yep,
that candidate won. He was 12-0 in the Senate, and he was, I believe, he said 122 in the House, which I don't know if that number was right. That seems like a lot of representatives, but he did not lose they did not lose one election where he endorsed a candidate. So he is the Republican Party, the conservative voice that the party is looking for. And I'll tell you, my opinion, I was watching him last night. I don't know why he would want to put himself through that again. 4 more years of the swamp.
Yeah.
But I think what he should do is if he did endorse, say, a Ron DeSantis for president, and maybe that Christie Nome from
Christy
South
Nome.
Dakota. is
Yeah,
the vice
I like
president on
her.
a ticket.
She's smart cookie.
Yes, both of them are. I think they'd win. I mean, I think they would have overwhelming support, especially with Trump behind them. He already put out his he's got a website, I guess, that he put out on the CPAC. I think it's DonaldTrump.com, where you can actually donate directly to him in his I guess it's Save America campaign, where it's going to all go towards the Congress and the Senate, all that money to try to take back the House and the Senate. And he's going to be out there endorsing a lot of candidates. He's not going away. And like I said, even if he doesn't run for president, which like I said, I don't know why he'd want to go through that again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the man has been through a lot, and it's just disgusting what they put him through. No president has ever gone through that, and no president should ever have to go through that again. But they, like you said, these Republicans need to get off their ass and change the legislation. They really do. They need to put some ironclad rules in place. With this H.R. 1 that Congress is trying to pass, people ought to read this. They ought to be disgusted what's going on in Congress. Do you know, Steve, that since Nancy Pelosi has been Speaker of the House, that she's put us over $6 trillion in debt with her spending bills?
I knew the numbers were big, and I guess is that prior to the 1.9 trillion, or is that without including that?
That's prior.
Okay, well, really?
$6 trillion.
Wow.
Steve, there was a couple of guys on a couple of representatives on the CPAC I was watching yesterday afternoon. Do you know every American, every taxpayer in the United States, the amount of debt that we're in right now, it would cost every taxpayer in the United States, you, I, all of your listeners, whoever pays American taxes, $223,000 for each taxpayer. That's how much debt we're in this country right now.
Wow.
223,000.
I remember not that many years ago, it was somewhere in the $50,000 to $60,000 per person. So it's really ramping up quickly.
Steve, it's $80,000. I'm sorry, $8,000 per citizen. So that's 350 million people times $8,000. Now, for taxpayers, it's 223.
Okay.
What is it going to be for our grandkids when they're 30 years old, 40 years old? I mean, it's unsustainable. You can't tax your way out of this. And here's the other thing that really Americans should be disgusted about. This economy, the GDP was over 4% for the fourth quarter of 2020 during a pandemic. These economic gurus on Wall Street, they're predicting that the GDP is going to be over 6% in 2021. Why do we need to pass a $1.9 trillion stimulus bill? All it is Democratic bailouts. That's what it is, the whole thing.
Bingo.
9% of it is going to 9% of that bill is going to COVID. 9%. The other 90% is going towards Democratic BS. And you read the bill last week.
Yep.
A lot of the BS that's in it. Funding abortions, funding the schools that aren't even open. It's just, there's no reason that they need to pass this bill. And I don't think it's going to pass through the Senate. They're not going to get 60 votes. There's just no way they're going to get 60 votes to pass that crap. But, really, Americans should be disgusted about what's going on in the government right now. Because under Donald Trump, we had it good. We really did. It's going to take another year and a half for us to maybe get some leverage back and some checks and balances, but we're going to have to bite the bullet for right now. This economy's going gangbusters. It really is during this COVID. I mean, we got The company I work for, Steve, we got 30 sets of doubles sitting in the lot waiting to be moved of freight. We don't have enough drivers to move it down south.
Wow.
Because of the ice storm that was happening a couple weeks ago. I mean, I've never seen so many trailers just sitting with freight waiting to be moved. You know, so this economy isn't dead. We're busier than ever right now. I'm making more money out here than I've ever made. You know, quoting the famous Eagle.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I could work 7 days a week if I wanted to, if they let me not do a restart.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, Steve. Anyway, that's about all my rant for tonight.
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you. I do appreciate you checking in. All right. So we've got wide open lines here on a Monday morning at 844-844-3388. I think it was Devin Nunes this past day. Speaking of this $1.9 trillion package, a.k.a. stimulus package, how did he refer to it? He said essentially what this is a slush fund for the Democrats. Yeah, we'll explain more coming up here. But again, lines available, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, once again, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. Got our monthly, the truck parking update from our friends at Landline and OOIDA. And they kind of do a roundup of all the latest truck parking related news from all over the country. whether it's proposed legislation regarding fines or new truck stops and all that. So we'll get to some of that coming up here. Prices at the pump as well. Here later this morning, we'll be getting the latest numbers. The last 2 consecutive weeks, we've seen at least 10 cents a gallon. National average price increases. The numbers going up, up, up. Yep. I noticed, I think it was $2.78 for the regular, unleaded in my neck of the woods this past day. And prices going up rather dramatically. Now, some of that in the last couple of weeks are being attributed to the refiners impacted by the big ice storm and the freezing temperatures in the deep south. But, of course, some of it is revolving around this new administration and their push to ultimately eliminate our fossil fuels across the board, which, we know that's not going to happen. It's a pipe dream, but lots to cover here. Meanwhile, lines available at 844-844-3388. It was Devin Nunes, the Republican of California, said Joe Biden's $1.9 trillion package is not a coronavirus relief as much as it is a slush fund for Democrats. Let's see. That was the American Conservative Union Conference on Saturday. What this bill is about is it's a slush fund. It's predictable. They've run this play call before. People may forget, but when Obama was first elected back in 2009, what did they say then? We have to have a stimulus bill or the whole economy is going to collapse. So they passed a roughly $800 billion bill. That money was then used over the next 4 years to buy votes, give to their buddies, and I guarantee you most of that money did not end up in red states or Republican districts. Yeah, I was trying to remember, was that the shovel-ready project? And we see at the same time that when and if, I guess at some point they're probably going to pass this so-called COVID spending bill. But right on the heels of that, they're telling us Joe Biden is planning a far wider spending package after the relief package, looking past the $1.9 trillion. They are laying the groundwork for another top priority, a long-sought boost to the roads, bridges, and other infrastructure that could run into Republican resistance due to the price tag. Biden and his team have begun the discussions on possible outlines on an infrastructure package, particularly mindful that Texas and their recent struggles with power outages and water shortages would present an opportunity for agreement. Gina McCarthy, Biden's national climate advisor, tells the AP that storm in Texas needs to be a wake-up call for the need for energy systems and other infrastructure that would be more reliable and more resilient. Well, that kind of makes sense. The infrastructure is not built to withstand these extreme weather conditions. We know we can't just react to extreme weather events. We have to plan for them and prepare for them. This proposal could come out this month, in the month of March. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says now is the time to be aggressive. Now, there was a conference with state and local highway officials late last week. He referred to the often promised, never achieved mega initiative on roads, bridges, and the like from the Trump administration. Much of our infrastructure is in need of a major restoration after years of underfunding, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers. Now, both chambers of Congress are going to use as starting points their unsuccessful efforts to get infrastructure bills through the last session, Democrats passed a $1.5 trillion package in the House last year, but it went nowhere. A Senate panel approved narrower bipartisan legislation in 2019 that was focused on reauthorizing federal transportation programs. It also flamed out as everything turned to the focus on elections and COVID-19. Biden has talked bigger numbers, and some Democrats now are urging him to bypass Republicans in the closely divided Congress to address a broader range of priorities being urged by interest groups. Well, that's where your pork comes in, right? During his campaign, Biden pledged to deploy $2 trillion on infrastructure and clean energy. But the White House has not ruled out an even higher price tag. McCarthy said Biden's upcoming plan will specifically aim at job creation, investment to boost workers that have been left behind. You know, we've got closed coal mines and power plants, communities located near polluting refineries. Yeah, he's been a long fan of investing in infrastructure. Long outdated, long overdue. That was the words from the White House press secretary Thursday as well, but all right, how much of it will actually go toward roads, bridges, infrastructure, and how much of it will be another potential wish list for money from Democrats? That's the next big debate coming up. But you look at those numbers, the trillions that continue to pile up. At some point in time, you've got to begin paying those trillions back. Well, unless you just default and go bankrupt and it's all over. Many have said we're working our way down the path to becoming the likes of a Venezuela. That's not pretty. All right, with that, it's 844-844-3388. Who we got next up here? Hello, Big Moose.
Hey, bud, playing radio?
Trying to, or some semblance thereof.
I heard that. I'm still trying to play truck driver, but I tell you what, it's getting harder every day. Well, where do I start? Hasbro said Mr. Potato Head's going to stay a Mister, not a eunuch. Did you see that?
I did not catch that. No.
Yeah, said they're going to let him retain his masculine sir title. Then Creepy Joe says that he's going to appoint a gun czar. Did you see that?
A gun czar. Oh, that's what we need.
Yeah, that's the newest thing. I listened to him talking about that. Said that this, all of these gun issues, he needs. He wants to create a position where somebody, he'll basically have a gun czar to handle all of this, gun violence and gun control and all these assault weapons and gun ownership and all this crap. So that ought to be a fun time. And let's see, what else was there? Seen something else there I'll talk to you about. I can't remember what it was now, but as far as old Fruity Jugs talking about the infrastructure there, it said we need to be aggressive. Most time when he talks about getting aggressive, it involves a ball gag, a live chicken, and a weed whacker, my understanding. So I don't put too much stock in him talking about needing to be aggressive. I tell you what, we're going down the bowl, buddy. We're making the last trap. We're making the last round around the bowl. I'm telling you, we're going right down the pipe. It's getting worse every day. And I tell you, the whole integrity of the election system, I've lost faith in all of that. I don't think that we're going to be able to vote anything out anymore because they've pretty much told us how the votes work. It's just whatever they want. And that's the reason that we got all this warm weather moved in. Puxatawny Phil said 6 more weeks of winter. Well, 9 o'clock at night, 16 more groundhogs chimed in, and they said, no, we wasn't going to get that after all. So it warmed up. So I was kind of glad of that.
Well, I'm definitely ready for spring. I don't know about you, but yeah, it officially arrives here in about 20 days.
Well, sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. I tell you what, though, they banned me from Facebook finally, said that I didn't comply with their community standards.
Oh,
so I
yes.
I just deleted the account. Yeah, I guess I just have sat here and listened to all this crap that they're putting on us through the regular radio now, because I ain't got the social media platforms no more. But I figured I'm in good company because they banned the Donald too. So win some, lose some, I guess.
Was it supposed to be like a 30-day ban, or was it a permanent ban?
Oh, I don't know. It said that it was in review because back last October they kicked me off there for 3 days, and then I guess I didn't follow their community standards or something. So the second time they wiped me off of there.
Wow. Okay.
So much for free speech, right?
Well, that's what they say. Now, most of the time, I thought you got if you post something that doesn't meet you put in like 30 days, 30-day Facebook jail, they call it.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I've been Andy Dufresne my way out of Facebook jail since Facebook's inception. I think they find some reason to tag me on. I guess it's because I'm not as politically correct as some people would like.
Well, that's everything's about politically correctness these days. You are right.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing, though, buddy. I'll tell you what a wise old man told me a long time ago, and I'm going to clean this up for the radio listening audience. I'm not going to use the exact word that he said, but basically he said, butt kissing only gets you 2 things in life. That's chapped lips and bad breath. That's the reason I refuse to do it.
I'd say that's a true statement there, Moose.
Yeah. Well, if you hear anything out of the kids, tell them to call me, because I lost track of them. They're down there somewhere, supposed to be heading to Hoboken, New Jersey, and I lost track of them somewhere around Lexington, Kentucky last night. I called him 2 or 3 times, so he's either asleep or his phone went dead. So if you hear anything out of the tater, I need to talk to that boy pretty quick. But other than that, I'll say have a good show and keep it between the spotted and the solid.
Very good. All right. Hopefully, maybe, who knows, maybe he's listening in. He can give you a ring there. Thank you very much, Big Moose. Appreciate you chiming in, Mr. Politically Incorrect. That's him. All right. So John Osborne, skipper of the Spirit of the American Trucker, touring around the country promoting OOIDA and talking about trucking-related issues, what's going on in D.C. and things of that nature. He's been in Texas, and I guess his latest stop, somewhere close to Dallas, can't remember where it was. But he's talking about the diesel prices, rising diesel prices, a real concern among drivers. This is the 16th consecutive week of rising prices, and drivers are taking notice. The price should plateau soon, he said. Said he spoke to some tank drivers that the refineries on the Gulf Coast that suffered with that frigid weather has kind of goosed the diesel price. But now it's not just a penny or a penny higher. It's a dime a drop. In Landline's latest weekly diesel price report, drivers discussed how some states are looking at vehicle miles traveled taxes, VMT taxes, to add to or maybe replace fuel taxes. as a source of revenue to fund the road work. Delaware has discussed the idea, so has Michigan, Missouri, Florida, and several other states. Federal lawmakers have tossed around the idea. About a year ago, OOIDA members pushed back on the federal plan to put a miles tax on commercial trucks. The prospect of a miles tax seems unfair to truckers on top of fuel taxes. And the seemingly never-ending push to toll more and more bridges and highways. And I mean, even these discussions, at some point in time, I thought they, at the federal level, they had put a ban on implementing tolls on existing highways. Remember that? Seems like they did implement a pilot project to where there were going to be a handful of instances where you could get approval to put tolls on existing highways, but for the longest, the existing highways would not be tolled. If you were going to build a new road, a new extension, a new bridge, or whatever the case could be, those could be tolled, but there may have been some changes in that. All right, before we get back to your calls, which plenty of room for you here on a Monday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Oh, how about another rant from the Grump? Now, he says, first, I have never denied the severity of COVID-19 and how it has devastated the lives of some of those I care deeply for. But I can't help but wonder whether this vaccine is a useful tool in combating COVID or a convenient shield for bad decisions. Remember the beginning, we heard the likes of Fauci and Burke say wearing of masks other than N95 provides little protection to no protection. So if we mitigate for a week or by social distancing, remember this virus would burn itself out. 1 week turned into 2. Then governors, feeling left out, got on their power, high on power, and started issuing directives and mandates and executive orders based on manipulated science and political talking points, overriding the Constitution with their get-out-of-jail-free card, which was called the Emergency Powers Act. Today, over 500,000 citizens have been buried, along with many of our freedoms and constitutional rights. Thousands of businesses shuttered forever. Schools closed, and in many cases remain so, not out of precaution, but as the tax dollar grabbing demand for the militant arm, from the militant arm of the teachers' unions. Pacified by the bought and paid for politicians elected by progressive Democrats. We, the people, have been weakened by fear, while government of, for, and by the people becomes more empowered by ignoring those very founding principles. That is a government of, for, and by the people, not an authoritarian substitute for our federalist society. So what good is a vaccine if the weasel Fauci continues to tell those receiving this supposed vaccine to continue with your mitigation practices of wearing not just 1, but 2 or 3 masks? He's telling grandparents continue social distancing away from their grandkids and avoid large gatherings. So is this a vaccine? Or is it just a souped-up flu shot to possibly do nothing more than lessen the effects of COVID on the healthy while providing little protection for the medically compromised? Could it also be those pulling the strings on this pandemic puppet wants to continue touting his control narrative to aid in convincing we, the people, how a greater need for socialism is more evident now than ever in our history? Maybe it's time to remind government that freedom means more than a shot in the arm and wearing 3 masks. Now, that would be just my opinion, he says. I end this comment with a quote from Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Former President Donald Trump made his first speech since leaving office Sunday, addressing the Conservative Political Action Conference in Orlando, Florida. During the speech, Trump criticized President Biden's efforts to undo many of his policies, including the decision to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline.
And in one of his first official acts, which was incredible because, again, he talked about energy. He never said he was going to do this. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying not the 8,000 or the 9,000 or the 11,000 jobs that you hear, but 42,000 great-paying jobs on just about day one, right? He never talked about that during a debate because he wouldn't have gotten away with it.
This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I've been taking vitamins off and on my whole adult life, and I've never seen any change. Not like this, not since I've been on Balance of Nature. I used to take prescription medication for muscle aches and stuff. I don't take that anymore. I wish I would have started it back when I first heard about it on the radio. And if I can give Balance of Nature any advice, keep it out on the radio, because I still hear these commercials from time to time, and I'm thinking, you people need to listen up. I mean, I'm over 50. And, your body starts wearing down. But Balance of Nature has literally changed my life. It really has.
Get a wide variety of all your daily recommended servings of whole fruits and vegetables without having to leave your home. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
With Johnson & Johnson's single-shot COVID vaccine receiving an emergency use authorization from the FDA Saturday, 3 vaccines against the virus are now available. On Sunday, the CDC added its approval, voting to recommend the shot for those 18 years of age and older. With its approval, Dr. Anthony Fauci is urging Americans to take whatever vaccine is available to them. The head of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases tells NBC's Meet the Press that it's imperative that as many people get vaccinated as possible, no matter the company that produced their shot.
All 3 of them are really quite good, and people should take the one that's most available to them. If you go to a place and you have J&J and that's the one that's available now, I would take it. I personally would do the same thing. I think people need to get vaccinated as quickly and as expeditiously as possible. And if I would go to a place where they had J&J, I would have no hesitancy whatsoever to take it.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Senate will take up a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package next week. It was passed in the House on Friday along party lines, but senators may still make significant changes to the bill before they pass their own version of it. A hike to the federal minimum wage is one of the provisions not expected to remain in that final bill. Senator Steve Daines says it won't matter what ends up changing, the COVID relief bill does not provide enough COVID relief. The Montana Republican tells Fox News that the bill should be focused on vaccination efforts.
They haven't even spent half of the last package we passed back in December. There was $900 billion passed in December. Only half of that's been spent. The economy is strengthening. The infection rates are going down. We should focus on the vaccinations, but we don't need this massive $1.9 trillion. Keep in mind, Mike, when you add up what's been spent in the last 12 months, if we pass Pelosi's wish list here, that'll be nearly $6 trillion of borrowed money for COVID aid. And the sad part about it, most of the dollars in this package are not really COVID aid. It is really Nancy Pelosi's payoff.
And at least 18 people were killed Sunday in protests in Myanmar, according to the United Nations Human Rights Office. At least 30 more people have also been injured. The UN office says they've received reports of military forces firing live ammunition into crowds in several cities. The military has intensified its crackdown against protests that began after military leaders retook power in a February 1st coup. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So just listening to some of the numbers in the news update there about COVID. Yeah, Florida's governor, Ron DeSantis, says Democrats, particularly Andrew Cuomo in New York, ignored the COVID guidance on protecting the elderly. Yeah, while his state, with the second highest proportion of retirement age residents, that would be Florida, took the correct approach. DeSantis said flawed assumptions led Cuomo to fear the hospitals would be overrun. That's why his administration mandated long-term living facilities to take COVID-positive seniors. Take them in. Now, DeSantis said, he was speaking to Mark Levin, he said, I looked at a lot of those models. I don't think they were worth the paper they were printed on. They were based on flawed assumptions. They were not validated in real time by what we were observing on the ground in Florida. Instead, I focused on protecting the elderly and the vulnerable population first and foremost, unlike Cuomo. So I said, you know what? If I have to build field hospitals all across the state, I'll do that before I send these patients back into a nursing home and endanger all those elderly people. Even though we have one of the most vulnerable populations, we're 28th in per capita mortality. So 27 states and the District of Columbia are higher on a per capita basis than we are. I think it's because we've tried to focus on protecting the elderly population. This isn't something you can do or completely stop, the virus, that is. I think we have successfully mitigated what would have otherwise been much more significant damage. DeSantis in Florida also established what they called COVID-only nursing facilities. We had a place where you could safely transfer them so they could recover. If they were in a hospital and didn't need to be there anymore, but they could still be contagious, they were discharged to a COVID facility so they wouldn't endanger other people. And we all know what happened in New York. Now on out to California, where just 5 weeks ago, Los Angeles County said they were conducting more than 350,000 COVID tests per week, including at a massive drive-through site at Dodger Stadium, as health workers raced to contain the hotspot, the worst hotspot in the country. Now, county officials say testing has nearly collapsed. More than 180 government-supported sites right now are operating at 1/3 of their capacity. Dr. Clemens Hong, who leads the testing operation in the county, said it's shocking how quickly we've gone from moving at 100 miles per hour to about 25. After a year of struggling to boost testing, communities around the country are now seeing plummeting demand for tests, shuttering test sites, or even trying to return supplies. The drop in screening at a significant moment in the outbreak. Experts are cautiously optimistic that COVID is receding. Everybody's hopeful for rapid, widespread vaccinations, but I don't think we're at a point where we can drop our guard yet, he said. We just don't have enough people who would be immune to rule out another surge here. But as far as testing goes, we hit a peak on January 15th. The country was averaging more than 2 million tests per day. Since then, the average number of daily tests has fallen more than 30%. The drop kind of mirrors declines across all major virus measures since January. New cases, hospitalizations, deaths. All right, so the trend is definitely getting better. When you combine all these together, you see this decrease where daily testing has fallen more than 40% in the state of Delaware since the peak in January. People just aren't going to go out to testing facilities. That wasn't the idea from the very beginning. If you were in close contact with someone that had tested positive, everybody freaked out. Everybody's got to go get tested. The numbers are dropping, and that's incredible. I mean, testing facilities operating at 1/3 capacity from just 5 weeks ago. You begin to wonder, has the virus run its course? I remember our friend Glenn from Newport News in West Virginia. I don't know that he had the capabilities of social media and whatnot, but he was a great caller, and he was the one that so often talked about how viruses work. When a virus is unleashed on the population, that they run a course until a certain number of people are infected, and then you build the herd immunity thing. Remember all those discussions? And by shutting things down from one state to the next, all those that literally, they shut their state down for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 months, 3 months. Some, like New York City, 6 months. And as you shut things down, the virus doesn't just magically disappear. You're just preventing the number from growing too rapidly. You think back to the very, very beginning. Remember the first talk of any sort of a shutdown? Everybody stay at home. 2 weeks. We need 2 weeks. 14 days. Like the incubation period. And it'll essentially kind of burn itself out. Well, no. Essentially, you just postponed another 14 days the people that were going to get sick, it seems like. So as soon as you start reopening, you see the big surge. And once it runs the course, which we're now, like a full year into it, it could very well have run its course in 6 months. I'm not a medical expert. Don't want to speak out of line, but all right, let's get back to the calls here. And hello, Philip. What's happening this morning?
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Doing quite well. What's happening in your world?
Oh, not much. Just listening to what you're saying there. Back in mid-March last year when we shut down, numbers were down, but our numbers were higher around July, seemed like to me, and that was when we all got back to work down here.
Yep.
And and then it was up and down, and I don't know. It's just funny. Trump said something last night. I saw the speech. I also saw the interview with DeSantis on Mark Levine. I stayed up last night because I thought I was going to see a rocket launch, but that got canceled, and I'll see it tonight, hopefully. And the big Starship, it's going to take off probably Wednesday, the way it's looking. But I just heard former President Trump made a statement that was in his statement. They were initially talking about the election, and he said COVID caused what it did to the election. But I got to thinking about it, Steve. Doesn't everything that's happened, if it's a nice way to get what you want, you just blame it on COVID? Does it seem that way in life now?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I mean, think about what the Democrats have just tried to get. They're going to get $1.9 trillion. You know, we went from having excess oil to having dependent on everybody else now, so that's driving our fuel prices up. It's just everything blaming on COVID. So whoever that guy was that brought that out, COVID, hey, dude, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it, dude, because you pretty much ruined a lot of the economy and everything, and everything is blamed on the COVID. You know, I'm just sick of the blame. And they're talking about testing. I think a lot of people are not testing now because they're fed up with it. They know how to live with it now. Nature carries on. That's what happened when the Spanish flu hit. The ones that were out there survived and kept on going. And that's what's going to happen with COVID. People are going to survive, and they're going to keep on going, the ones that can do it. Did you hear the statement on Levine about how DeSantis said that 65, that he went against CDC protocol and got the 65 and above vaccinated? Did you see that, Steve?
I did not catch that, no.
Okay, toward the beginning of his interview, they were talking about how he got people vaccinated, he took care of the elderly, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that the CDC wanted to give a stock clerk at a grocery store, a 20-year-old stock clerk, take care of them before you take care of the elderly with COVID.
Okay.
And he said, that ain't going to happen. He said, with vaccines and stuff, we're going to get our elderly population taken care of because they're the most at risk for this, other than the essential workers. And he's talking about firefighters and medical. He wasn't talking about people stocking shelves and things like that. But the COVID centers, they did happen down here, and they still exist. Basically, think about this, Steve. If somebody gets bad enough and they get onto a ventilator, obviously they've got to stay in a hospital. But when they get off that ventilator and they can get them back up on their feet, they put them in a COVID center so they don't get near none of the population. And then when they're back up on their feet, they go home.
Uh-huh.
That's what DeSantis was talking about. And that happened down here. It happened a lot. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand why our nation is acting this way. I mean, things are starting to level out now. And like I said earlier, nature's taking its course. People are surviving. They're feeling fed up. A lot of us out here are fed up with COVID. That's pretty much it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, so. Well, you have a good one, bud. I appreciate you talking. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for checking in here on a Monday morning. Yep. I think DeSantis did a good job. Now you look at Kristi Noem, where they didn't shut anything down. And they didn't become this capital of death and destruction from the COVID. But at the same time, they did not destroy the economy in the state like so many others have. All right, what do we got here from the message board? Buckeye Boy checking in. I'm in Indio, California, waiting to deliver to Rancho Domingo tomorrow. That was great news about the Fire Punk Diesel team and that world record. That's moving. I just wanted to give drivers in the Ironton, Ohio, Ashland, Kentucky, and Huntington, West Virginia, my hometown area, that due to heavy rains, a lot of roads are flooded or partially flooded. I've heard US 52, US 23, and many of the state roads are dealing with high water, and it may get worse. So be careful out there. Have a great night. Thank you so much. Appreciate you checking in there, Buckeye Boy. Let's see. Good riddance to February. I guess the biggest thing that I'm glad to say, good riddance to February. It's the cold month. It's the that was our coldest temperatures for the winter of 2020 into 21. Let's see, one more here. I guess he's going back several hours ago. The first hour when I was talking about our travelers' weather around the country, I used the word copious amounts of moisture. Copious. Where did you learn that big word? Glad to see you're expanding your vocabulary. Ha ha. All right, yes. They use the word copious amount of moisture quite often via the Weather Channel. It's a weather term, copious. Lots and lots. Lots of moisture. All right, who's next up here? Let's see. Horse Feather's back online. Got you coming up here. I think is this Dwayne on the line? Good morning. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Just wanted to big shout out to you. How do you spell copious?
With a C.
Can you spell it with a C?
Yeah.
Capital or small?
There you go.
No, we was just out riding around. Thought we'd call in and say hello today. Hadn't spoke to you in a while.
Yes, where you riding around at?
We're coming back from New Jersey. We've been out to Phoenix and back. On our way home.
On the way? Okay, let's get a few days off the road.
I want to take a couple anyway.
That'll work.
Take a couple, go back to the other side, you know. Hang up my sleeper clothes.
Gotcha.
Yep. Anyway, just wanted to say hello, and I'll let somebody else jump in there.
Well, I do appreciate you dialing us up. Help us roll into the early hours of a Monday. Be safe out there, Dwayne. Won't be long. When you get back to the home 20, you'll be able to start taking some of that heavy winter gear and clothing out of the truck and start maybe packing some of the lighter stuff. Like I said, got the short sleeve shirt on. This is probably the first. We did have a little bit of a warm up there back in December. But yeah, it's been long sleeves. Hell, it's been long johns under the long sleeve shirts. Seems like forever now. All right, let me see here. Let me get to old Horse Feathers wanting to check in here. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So can we start getting ready to get out the short, long pants, sweatpants? And the flip-flops for the truck stops?
You know that's going to happen.
We're looking for the warmer weather. Yeah, looking for the warmer weather. So you used your $5 word there, that copious.
Yes.
So does that mean you have copious amounts of moisture in your concrete pond there? In your cement pond? You have copious amounts in that?
Copious amounts on top of the cover. There's probably more on top of the damn cover than there is under it.
Yeah, so you have you been pumping it off yet, or do you wait until it you get ready to start taking it off?
I had been pumping it off. Obviously, that little slow leak that I thought we fixed last year ain't fixed because it's down to probably maybe a foot of water left under the cover. Cover's all stretched. Probably, I won't be surprised if it collapses in.
Okay.
Now, I could get out the hose and put it under the cover and fill the pool up under the cover. But then, typically, that's going to run me $7,500 worth of water. It's crazy.
Yeah. And then you got to get it all treated and hope it's not cloudy when you pull the cover off.
Right.
And then you got all that to deal with there. And of course, without Andy there, the pool genius, he saved you that one year, didn't he?
He did. Yes, he did.
So anyways, but so this deal with the testing and not so many people getting tested, do you think that has anything to do with these numbers now that all these numbers are coming down? The amount of cases that are coming out, the positivity rate and that. Do you think it's because there's a lack of testing that they're on the percentage of what there used to be? If
a much lower number of people are getting sick and coming back positive, typically if someone who got sick, the rest of their family members, spouse, kids, whatever, in-laws, anybody they'd been around, some of their fellow employees would all be sent in for a test. Obviously, if the lower number of people being sick, you're going to have a lower number of people being tested. So it's going the right direction.
Yeah, I was just wondering though, because I was just wondering if people just aren't bothering to go out and get tested anymore, or there was a talk that maybe it was because of the vaccinations coming out that people are getting vaccinated and the vaccinations causing the lower positivity rate. But now that you just said how many fewer people are getting tested, I'm just wondering if it's the fact that they aren't getting tested now.
Yeah.
Because like what we talked about in the beginning and throughout this whole thing, if you do get tested and you do come up with a positive, then what? You have to have 2 negative results for most people to be able to go back to doing whatever they were doing.
Yeah.
And who wants to go through all that? So, I mean, we watched what your sister-in-law went through there with her deal there where she worked and, she tested positive and then had to get negative results. And, unless you're absolutely sick enough to actually need the test and feel like you need the test to find out, I think there's a lot of people who just don't want to go out and get it.
And don't forget the number of people that were testing positive, but they were what they call it, asymptomatic. Remember, there could still be a lot more out there, but they're not showing anything. They're asymptomatic. So
absolutely. So here's the thing about the vaccines now. Now you got Dr. Fauci, and I guess what, he doesn't have his right arm woman there, Dr. Scarp, with him anymore, but but he's out there saying now we got this new vaccine from Johnson & Johnson, and he's saying that well, if you have the availability to get any of the vaccines, you should jump right on getting the vaccines. Now, shouldn't maybe more of these politicians like our great governor of Maryland and maybe Dr. Fauci that ran out and got the Moderna or the Pfizer one here real quick, don't you think maybe they should have waited a little bit to say, hey, this Johnson & Johnson one is maybe 60 or 70% effective. You should run out and get one of those instead of one of the other two that's 95% effective. Don't you think they should have waited to sway the public interest into wanting to get the Johnson & Johnson one instead of saying, hey, I got the one that's 95% effective, but for you, it's all right. Go out and get that Johnson & Johnson one that's only 60% effective, and maybe you won't be quite so sick with it, but you can still catch it, but you'll be all right.
All right.
Maybe. So, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. They think that, we just want to follow whatever they have to tell us, and as Grump's thing, stated there, I was almost thinking after you read Grump's letter there, I was thinking the show was over the way, because he pretty much nailed everything right that we needed to say tonight. But anyways, it's I don't know, it's a messed up world, and the government thinks that, at this point, apparently the people in the government think that they have to tell us how we should live and they know what's best for us and how we should live our lives, and they'll tell us how to do it. So,
that's correct.
I don't know.
Do as I say. Remember, do as I say.
Yeah. Don't worry about the amount of money we have and what you don't, and prices you're paying for fuel. Hey, speaking of that, is my OIDA membership cost going to go up now because they have John running down there in Texas where the prices of fuel so high, and he seems to be in California quite a bit where the prices of fuel are so high? Is my membership going to go up because of that?
I don't think so. No.
Just a thought.
I don't think
anyway,
they haven't raised their annual fee in many years. I mean, they've been at 45. Technically, it's 45, but really, if you say, "Well, I heard about you on Steve Summers show," or if you know another member or whatever, they knock $10. It's like $35 annual. It's
and they also don't forget the deal with the troops there doing. They do the care packages for the troops. You get they knock you off for subscribe, upping your membership for that time. And, but yeah, so, I mean, I still do it. I'll do it no matter what, but I was just kind of thinking about that, what causes things to go up. And it's like, well, maybe if John ran where the price of fuel was lower, like up in those really cold states there all winter long, of course, then he'd have to run his APU, I guess, to try to stay warm at night. I'm sorry, John. I didn't mean to do that to you. But anyways, what a great bunch of guests you had on tonight there, with Joel and Kyle on there, hearing about the truck and getting some information out that, how you can save some money if you try to run your business in maybe a different direction a little bit, put some help into it. And I hear you said that Chris is supposed to be on Friday nights now.
Correct.
I was listening on the Thursday show there over on the Hot Shot Secret side of the YouTube, and they were saying that Chris is going to try to make it a regular thing to come in the first Friday of every month.
That is correct.
Have you gotten that memo yet?
Yep, that is correct. First Friday of every month. Yep.
Yep. So we'll look forward to that, because usually about the time the month rolls around, I'll have a couple questions for Chris there, and it'd be good to have him in there and be able to talk to him a little bit there. So anyways, but I guess that's about what we got going for you. Had sprinkly rain showers off and on all the way from the Mason-Dixon line up there to PA and Maryland line all the way to Southern Maryland through DC. So they're still out here. Fog isn't as bad as what I thought it was going to be. It's a little patchy here and there, but for the most part, it's mostly just a low ceiling. It's really not a fog. It's just a low cloud cover ceiling. And as I say, the rain showers kind of come and go. So we'll see how all this works out. Our local Baltimore people said that hopefully by 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning there, all the rain was going to push on through. So the afternoon will dry out there a little bit. So we'll see if that comes to what. Hey, here's a $5 word: fruition. Maybe it'll come to fruition this afternoon. How about that?
That'll work. There you go. All right. Have a good morning there. Horse Feathers. Yeah. Chris Gabrilchik. You can circle it on your calendar. Yeah. First Friday of each month. And now that we're into the month of March, he'll be on this Friday. Hey, Ranger Jack got you coming up next. Chevy Guy. And I think Chris is on the line as well. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so I mentioned to Kyle there at the first hour when he's calling about the new world record. With the Hot Shot Secret sponsored S10 pickup truck, 399. Pretty impressive. Yeah, but after that Friday morning, I mentioned to him that via Flow Racing, the website. So I pulled it up, and I think they had a $12.50 per month kind of thing, $150 annual. I just got the annual, so I can watch, and yeah, I didn't realize how much that they actually covered. But there's Yeah, there was all kinds of racing going on over the past weekend. The sprint car races, the Clash at the Coliseum, Outlaw Karts, the Open Pro Main of dirt bikes, motorcycle racing. They had snowmobile racing on over the weekend. So that's a pretty cool site. FlowRacing.com. You can see a lot of racing out there. So big for race fans. And throughout, now I can tune in whenever we've got some of our Hot Shot Secrets sponsored racers out there around the country. Kyle could have probably given me his login, but, well, I got my own now. So there you go. Meanwhile, back at it here on a Monday morning. And get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. There's old Ranger Jack. What's happening this morning, Jack?
Well, happy Monday, Steve.
Yes.
You're one day closer to the weekend, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, one day closer to the first day of spring, and one day closer to Christmas.
That's true.
Yeah. So I just was wondering if I gotta tell you, my grandson, 15 years old, him and my son were working up at Seven Springs there in Pennsylvania, and my son sent me pictures today of the grandson's out there skiing. He's in shorts and a tank top.
Oh, yeah?
Snowboarding. He snowboards, yeah. Yeah, he sent me the pictures. He said, I walked out and seen him doing that. I said, well, that's pretty cute, but now go get some clothes on. I said, yeah, you get some road rash on that snow with that, with no clothes on.
Right, yeah.
But do you have any idea of, or any kind of statistics of the Amish people and the COVID? Do they have any record of that?
I would imagine they do, but I honestly, to date, I haven't really seen anything how the Amish community had been impacted by COVID.
Yeah, because they don't take vaccines or anything, do they?
I don't think they do, no.
No, the reason that I was at the Sidling Hill Service Plaza last night down there on the turnpike in Pennsylvania, and there was a bus in there. It was full of Amish, and not a one of them were wearing masks. There wasn't one with a mask on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just was wondering what how it was affecting them.
Well, I'm doing a little searching as we speak, and I've got a couple stories I can share with you here when we get done.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. The other question is, what product of Hot Shot Secret is equivalent to the hyper lubricant?
The FR3, the FR3 friction reducer.
FR3. FR3.
Correct.
Okay. I gotta get me some of that. All right. I think that's about all I had to go over with you. I know there's probably something else, but I'll think about it after I hang up.
All righty. Well, Jack, thank you so much for checking in this morning. Be safe out there, and thanks for supporting our friends at Hot Shot Secret. Thanks for...
Let me say thanks to Horse Feathers again for getting us hooked up with you.
Yep, I'm glad.
Good to hear you back.
I'm glad he let you know, because, yeah, we get to keep you company all night long now. Yes, we do. Let me see here. This is like from out of Canton, Ohio, which says, the signs posted outside of Lehman's hardware store made it clear, no mask, no entry. Inside, customers and employees in compliance. Well, almost everyone. as a pair of young Amish men entered to browse the store. They were approached by an employee because they weren't wearing masks. Worker said, "You gotta wear a mask. It's a state law." Slightly startled, the young men wordlessly took the mask she handed them and put them on. But it wasn't long before they had them in their hands again, prompting the store to announce over the intercom that masks must be worn. They say it's a common issue in the heart of Ohio's Amish country, specifically in Wayne and Holmes counties. The Amish are largely reluctant to mask. For them, it's a matter of religious and cultural beliefs, including a healthy suspicion of others and government. There's an association between wearing the masks and fear, according to a National Institutes of Health-sponsored researcher at the Pennsylvania State University. As a people, they have a value orientation toward minimizing problems. They try to portray that all is at peace and rest. They're willing to make masks, but they're not necessarily willing to wear them. Anderson is a member of the Amish Mennonite community in Holmes County, and let me see here, co-author of a report published in Social Science and Medicine, to which he said, Amish response to coronavirus has been a focal point of his most recent research. Numerous factors have to be examined when it comes to why so many Amish have been against the COVID policies like wearing masks. It's difficult to document, he said. I've been in the process of systematically collecting sources from Amish newspapers to try and make a sense of it. It can be a little difficult to distill. Anecdotally, if you were to come into Wayne or Holmes County, you would find very little compliance. Why is that? I guess there's two levels to the question. On the one hand, in those two counties where 50% of the population are Amish or Mennonite, we look at a dynamic that transcends this particular religion and look at the community as a whole. Even among the non-Amish population here, there's quite a bit of agreement to disregard the approach to masking and social distancing. Yeah, these two counties have strong business cultures that emphasize hands-off deregulation and autonomy. It's very libertarian here, not in the political party sense, but that mentality. Part of that probably is due to the Amish and Mennonite theology. There's a narrative within the culture of a history of persecution at the hands of outsiders, especially the state. So it creates a suspicion of outsiders coming in and telling them what to do. They just don't like it. Leave us alone. You live your life, I'll live mine. Hey, so, as far as some of the retailers, the Lehman's hardware store or whatever, he said we have both Amish and non-Amish customers. Yeah, but we've had our policy in place since the fall. Customers have been more compliant than in the past, but I guess for them it's just a way of life. Okay. There was one other, in the search there, under the fact check, I guess there was some rumors that COVID-19 spared the Amish communities. There were even some memes on social media like Facebook and whatnot that saying, why don't the Amish get COVID? And the response was because they don't have televisions. Because they're not listening to all the BS. Well, yeah, so the fact check states the claims that the Amish have not been affected by the COVID. According to the Pennsylvania Medical Center that mainly treats Amish patients, said they have experienced higher than average infection rates. U.S. health authorities documented cases in an Amish community in Ohio, first-hand accounts of the disease spreading in the Christian Anabaptist group. You know what? They actually shared the one I was just talking about. Why isn't COVID affecting you people? Because we don't have TV. Yeah, no, that wasn't the true conversation, but all right, so I guess technically, if you look at it, Lancaster County in Pennsylvania, home to the largest Amish settlement in the country with more than 40,000 people. Yeah, their community's mostly concentrated in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana. Let's see. We see primarily Amish and other plain people here at PMC, the medical center. And the opposite is actually because the Amish are such a tight-knit community because they've largely ignored the safety protocols. They've actually experienced a higher than average COVID infection rate. And noting that while infections are high, death rates from the virus are lower because their older people live with family and extended family and not in old people's homes, and they normally maintain a healthier lifestyle. Okay. Same time, many COVID cases go unreported in Amish communities because they don't want the outside people coming in, meddling in their business, right? Very good. All right, who's next up here? Chevy Guy, what's happening here on a Monday?
Well, not often you get a chuckle out of a COVID story. Dan Bongino had a little thing out there. The Biden administration diplomats had a little event going into China here not too long ago, and they were subjected to the anal swab. So they were subjected to the anal swab. So I'm sorry, and they were apologized to, but I just so hope that it was that big swab that the Como brothers were doing. He was waving that big fat swab.
Yeah, the giant Q-tip. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So hey, you got to laugh about something in COVID. There you go. It's just something satisfying about that. I put out something and just you sit around and you think. I mean, on this because I'm still getting all kinds of people. Got a childhood, friend put on a thing about. Can you imagine if gun bans and all these guns? Said, can you imagine if we had that growing up in Florida back in the 70s, 73, 74? And I had come back to her and said, Dad kept his guns in his bedroom. I know in my house growing up there were rifles. He had a good collection of guns. My brother-in-law, sister-in-law, her brother had guns from the floor to the ceiling, all the way around his room. He couldn't buy a car or a pickup because every time he got some money, he bought a gun. Mm-hmm. And I said, but we didn't shoot each other back then. And I also, I put out this, and you can go back to Bush if you want to. You could go, but I just put it in a plain simple. Under Trump, there are no. If Trump had took office in 2016, banned all weapons sales, confiscated all weapons to anybody other than Republicans, there would have been nobody die. There have been no shootings. There'd been nothing. Now, I might be wrong about this. The only one I can remember is a man that flew his plane into the IRS building in Tampa, Florida. But when it comes to the rest, that's not what conservatives do, is shoot people. And I wish that they would make more of get out there and say it. The Republicans need to get out there and say it. Why pass guns if you can't control your own people? Because that's what it adds up to. Got a terrible argument with Hispanics in the truck shop after that shooting down in El Paso,
Texas. Yeah,
where
the Walmart
guy
thing.
leaves Dallas to go down there to shoot Hispanics. Well, if you've ever been to Dallas, they're not. I mean, go to Walmart in Dallas. None of that made sense. And when is the last time you've ever heard anybody in the conservative complaining about the overuse of resources and the pollution of styrofoam? So, it just, I mean, all this time they were just begging to find a mega hat somewhere in the possession. But when you do go look out where they're going, you're talking about Bernie Sanders supporters, Pocahontas supporters. You've got, even Gabby Giffords was shot in the face by one of her own supporters. So it just, we got bragging rights here. We need to bring it up forth and explain that they're not conservatives in any of these shootings. And it's not us, because that's what Pelosi and them are doing. By the way, Nancy Pelosi, tear down the razor wire and the steel walls around our Capitol. That building does not belong just to you. So that's my thought. I was told not to call in until 4 on the feed there. I was told not to call until 4:59 tonight or this morning. But I thought, well, why in the world would I invade? Why would I invade the incredible spaceman's time slot, Timbor?
Yeah, sounds like
I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. How about it?
Sounds like somebody was suggesting they wanted to limit your time to like 60 seconds or something. Huh? Really? Thank you, Chevy guy. Is that what you were trying to say? I think they had a smiley face when they said that. Save your call to 4:59 a.m. Big Moose brought up the, the gun czar. We need a gun czar. You've got Representative Joe Neguse of Colorado and Representative Lucy Macbeth of Georgia. Will ask President Biden to appoint a national director of gun violence prevention, a.k.a. a gun czar. Now, Joe is from the state of Colorado, a state where that kind of resonates with some of the mass shootings that have occurred in that state. He said, if we're not doing everything we can to ensure another Columbine, another Aurora, another Highlands Ranch does not happen again, then we're not doing enough. What they are saying in the letter, Neguse and Macbeth tell Biden that a comprehensive government approach to address this violence will help bring our nation out from under the depths of this gun violence crisis that we're in. The pair notes disproportionate shares of this violence fall on communities of color, and that those who lost their lives to gun violence jumped 10% in 2020 from the previous year. They say federal efforts to combat gun violence, including research on the impacts and causes of gun violence and law enforcement efforts to combat it, are soiled across agencies. They've actually got the entire letter, which was written, which is 3 pages long. I know it's actually a couple of pages, but signed off by a number of other Democrats in Congress. Okay, there you go. Right now, a news update. 1 hour to go. Lines available at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
In his first public appearance since leaving office, former President Donald Trump promised that his journey was far from over.
To so many wonderful friends, conservatives, and fellow citizens in this room and all across our country, I stand before you today to declare that the incredible journey we begun together, we went through a journey like nobody else. There's never been a journey like it. There's never been a journey so successful. We began it together 4 years ago, and it is far from being over.
In his nearly 90-minute speech Sunday to the Conservative Political Action Conference, the former president also criticized the early decisions of his successor, saying that President Biden had the most disastrous first month of any president in modern history. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
More than 75 million doses of COVID vaccine have been administered, and more are on the way. Jeremy Scott has more from the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau.
The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said that 75,236,000 doses of the Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines have been administered in the U.S. as of Sunday. Nearly 25 million people have been fully vaccinated with both doses. There are about 21 million doses on hand nationwide. A shipment of the one-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine given emergency use authorization by the Food and Drug Administration this weekend will significantly add to the number of available doses, with 20 million expected to be shipped out by the end of March. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And Iran has rejected an offer from the European Union to facilitate direct nuclear talks with the United States. The Iranians reportedly rejected the meetings because they did not come with a guarantee that the U.S. would loosen some sanctions if they came to the negotiating table. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
New travel restrictions are being imposed to try to contain an outbreak of Ebola in West Africa. Wendy King has the story from the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau.
The government is implementing new measures to prevent the spread of the Ebola virus by travelers from Guinea and the Democratic Republic of Congo entering the country, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The announcement comes after Ebola outbreaks in the 2 African countries that have killed a combined 9 people, according to the WHO. Previous outbreaks in the countries, as well as Liberia and Sierra Leone, killed thousands of people. In a statement, the CDC said the Ebola outbreaks in the 2 countries are in remote areas, and the risk of spreading to the U.S. is extremely low. The Biden administration is committed to working closely with the affected countries to end these outbreaks before they grow into epidemics.
And former NFL defensive lineman Louis Nix was found dead Saturday in Florida, several days after being reported missing. Nix was reported missing last Wednesday, with the Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office reporting that they were searching for him. Authorities pulled a car matching the description of Nix's from a retention pond near his apartment on Saturday. No cause of death has been released. Nix was a 4-star prospect at Notre Dame and was drafted by the Houston Texans in 2014. He spent 3 seasons in the NFL with the Texans, Giants, Washington football team, and Jaguars. Louis Nix was 29. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics
to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventive maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
Here we go, get our final hour underway here on a Monday. And there's lines available at 844-3388. Yeah, one of the things former President Trump addressed at the CPAC was the proverbial unwinding of all the policies he had implemented trying to secure our border with Mexico, primarily. And he's 100% correct on that. I mean, it is unbelievable. Now, I guess I couldn't say that, not with the Biden administration, not with Open Borders Joe. Yeah, we'll have some of the comments from Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, who said what this new administration is doing is literally tracking down illegals in Mexico that the former administration turned around, and they're bringing them back. Bringing them back to the border and letting them go. You ever heard of such a asinine thing? Yeah, we'll have comments from the former Department of Homeland Security Chief, Chad Wolf, as well, who said Biden's border actions are absurd. It is becoming a crisis. And several others. Oh, by the way, and the first, quote, asylum seekers have crossed the Gateway International Bridge from Mexico after Joe overturned Trump's tough immigration policies. That was the stay in Mexico until your particular case is heard. We'll delve more into that coming up here in our final hour. First, let me get back to Chris is on the line. Good morning, Chris. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. I thought you were kidding about that voice recognition, but I forgot to give my name, and I guess it did recognize me.
Well, it had your previous call where you said, this is Chris. I see the current, what you had on the screen this morning was COVID as the ice storm. And I don't know.
Well, both of them. One thing, I think that COVID might be a conspiracy theory, but I heard that Biden changed the standard of exposure. Now, I believe it probably is calming down a little bit, but they said he doubled the exposure level. You had to test for a certain amount of virus on the swab to be considered positive. And like you were saying before, it's a snowball. You know, if one guy tests positive, his whole family has to get tested. And I don't know how much truth there is. I only heard that in one place. And then I heard a nurse say that their governor changed the standard. I didn't know it was that localized, but well, other than that, I was going to say this ice storm, of course, they're going to try to parlay that into their Green New Deal. But I think what might have caused that ice storm, did you hear anything about the ozone hole in the past year? You remember the ozone hole?
Oh, yeah, right. Haven't heard much anything about the ozone in recent years.
That was their first theory about what caused global warming.
Oh, yeah.
And they banned all those chemicals. And in 2019, they claimed that they had fixed the ozone hole, that it was completely closed up, and there was a record low level or a record small hole. Well, just a year later, 2020, the damn ozone, they said they had never seen it so big. It went all the way out to Australia in the South Pole, and it was just, there was no ozone. And that's really what protects you. That's what keeps us warm, you know, without the atmosphere. So it's most likely what caused that ice storm down there. And it just shows you what little power they have over it. They're blaming it on chemicals that have been banned for 40 years now. But I heard a good story, though, about solar panels. You ever heard of the albedo? They claim when the ice melts at the poles, the ocean will soak up more heat. That's called the albedo effect. But somebody sat down and calculated if they covered the desert with solar panels to generate enough electricity to supply us all, they said the albedo would be so intense that it would raise the global temperature by 1.5 degrees. Exactly what we get from CO2.
Wow.
Yeah. That was pretty funny. I don't know.
Well, which to me that says, in all honesty, it's not about getting off of fossil fuels or getting rid of the CO2 in the atmosphere. It's about a global transfer of money and transfer of power.
Oh, definitely. And who doesn't lose their power in an ice storm? That's the big joke about this thing. I mean, it's unusual for the gas to go out, but they said they converted all the compressors down there to electric instead of, they were powered by the gas in the gas line. And the reason the gas went out is because all the compressors lost power. Which, I don't know. That was a bad move.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole the whole highlighting of Texas, the dependence on wind and solar. No doubt the storm brought it to light. Now, how often is Texas going to encounter weather like they had a week and a half ago? It may not be for another 100 years. I don't think it's going to be a common thing. It was a polar vortex dump, you know?
Exactly. And actually, they said the windmills that were still blowing were generating almost enough power to make up for the ones that froze up. There's a couple ways. I don't know exactly how they froze up, but I was reading this aircraft guy. Well, I watch his blog, and he says when they get ice on there, it's just like ice on an airplane wing. They just lose their aerodynamics, and they can't blow anymore. So I don't know if it was that or they just froze solid.
Yeah, my understanding was kind of a combination of the two. Someone said that the winds had calmed. There was no wind. So first of all, they weren't spinning, and then you couple that with the freezing rain and the ice, and that literally iced them down. So even when the wind did begin blowing again, they were frozen solid.
Yeah, I bet they were. Yeah, that's not going to be a reliable source of power, I don't think. I mean, they ought to have some kind of engine on there. They have all these generators just sitting there when the wind stops blowing. If they'd put a little gas turbine in the base or something, they'd make up for it. But I don't know.
That's against their principles.
You'd be defeating the purpose of eliminating the use of fossil fuels, Chris. You can't do that.
Oh, yeah. I heard the other day there's some state that wants to outlaw gas stoves. I mean, how ridiculous is that? A burner on your stove is going to cause the earth to warm up. Oh, my God.
I don't think there's any end to the insanity, Chris. Seems like I did send you. I'll do a quick search on that, see if I can find who that was. Let me quickly jump back to our new border policies. Now, I've said this several times in recent months. I really don't know how or why the border was almost a non-issue for the 2020 election, whereas it was like, what it was to me, it was like the number one issue going back to the 2016 election. Build that wall, the chants that would break out. Tens of thousands gathered for Trump rallies all over the country. Build that wall. How in 2020, it was a non-issue. There wasn't really any debate or discussion of what direction Joe Biden was going to take this country. We damn well knew from the get-go it wasn't going to be anything like Donald Trump's policies. I didn't think Joe would even take it as far as he's taking this. You talk about a complete about-face turnaround. Tom Cotton of Arkansas, the senator, said Joe's open border policy has effectively revived catch and release and turned it into recruit and release. The Biden administration literally tracking down illegal immigrants in Mexico that the Trump administration turned around, bringing them back to the border and letting them go. That's not catch and release, that's recruit and release. Biden has vowed to unwind the policies of former President Trump and is going to dramatically increase the influx of illegal immigration that Trump had actually curbed. Things are not good in Washington because you have a Biden agenda that's extremely unpopular that they're trying to ram through. When you look at the immigration agenda, we've got a record number of unaccompanied migrant children showing up at our border in February, right after a deep freezing winter storm. Imagine what it's going to be in 60 days from now if the Biden administration does not reverse course and reimpose some of these Trump-era policies. He lamented the misguided reality that someone flying into New York has to test negative for COVID, while migrants crossing from the southern border don't. If you want to fly into JFK or Newark from overseas, you have to have a coronavirus test, but not if you cross the southern border. What we need is an immigration system that has borders under control, that makes sure that people leave when their visas are expired and turn off this magnet of jobs. Democrats supporting this ultimately are going to pay for this with their House seats and their Senate seats. Now, Cotton is predicting if Joe does not reverse his immigration policies, he said we will definitively take back, Republicans that would be, take back the House and the Senate, probably in 2022. Next was, I mentioned, the ex-Department of Homeland Security Chief, Chad Wolf. The White House message on immigration. Press Secretary Jen Psaki rebuking the Trump administration policies is not only absurd, he says, but it's dishonest. These comments by Jen, they're not truthful. Speaking this past day, Sunday Morning Futures, after Jen Psaki told reporters, we're not looking to former President Trump or any of his advisors as a model for how we're approaching immigration. I don't think she knows what she's talking about. He denounced the Biden administration's handcuffing the Border Patrol, ceasing construction of the border wall, and reducing security for Americans. It's just more of these incentives that this new administration is signaling to those south of the border, the smugglers, the traffickers, the cartels. Now's the time to send those individuals across the border because they're going to get a number of benefits that you outlined. And they're going to be free from any type of law enforcement action that's going to remove them. So undoubtedly, this is very concerning. What we saw on day one of the inauguration, Joe Biden, they took all those tools off the table. They took them away from the Department of Homeland Security, law enforcement personnel. And now we see emails from DHS, ICE, Customs and Border Protection asking them to do more. I mean, that's just, again, dishonest to say you need to do more. But I'm going to withhold a bunch of tools that would allow you to do more. Now, just as an example, Wolf said there were 5,800 children that crossed the border in January. It's going to be almost double that in February. 13,000 plus, perhaps, as we look to the month of May. So now you're at crisis level that you've never seen before. And again, this is all their own making, the Democrats, changing the policies. First, asylum seekers crossing the Gateway International Bridge, men, women, children from a migrant camp of at least 700 in Matamoros, Mexico, just across the river from Brownsville, have now crossed into the United States after spending months stuck in Mexico, waiting for their cases to be processed. They're all hoping by entering the U.S., their cases will be processed faster, and it'll be difficult to deport them under asylum rules. Remember, Donald Trump implemented the Remain in Mexico program back in January of 2019, trying to deter these asylum seekers from trying to enter the U.S. across the southern border. He defended those policies of Remain in Mexico, which sent more than 60,000 people back over the border, sometimes into ramshackle refugee camps as a way to protect us, the U.S. citizens, from thugs and bad hombres, were the terms President Trump used. A week ago, the Biden administration started permitting members of the migrant protection protocols to enter the U.S. to pursue their court cases. Okay. Since the UN Refugee Agency spokeswoman Sylvia Garudo said 27 people crossed the border from Mexico Thursday, 100 on Friday, the remaining 500 or so will be crossing early this week, over the next several days. And yeah, there are caravans. The numbers are rapidly growing, heading this way. All right, thank you so much, Joe. We appreciate you protecting the American people. 25 past the hour. What's going on this morning, Scrapyard?
Oh, nothing much, my brother. Just making a dash for the cash and hope it don't crash.
There you go.
On this so-called global warming, climate change, what's going on? A very good channel. It's operated by a man by the name of Dr. Ben Davidson on YouTube. Mm-hmm. This guy's fully accredited. The channel is called Suspicious Observers, and observers is spelt with a 0 instead of an O. This guy is so good, he's even created a disaster protection app, or prediction app, excuse me. He's so good that he's got a 98.9% success rate in predicting earthquakes. This guy really knows his stuff, and one of the talks that he was given, and he fully lists everything almost like a thesis paper, that saying that we are coming into another ice age, caused by specific solar cycles. And whereas at the North Pole and the South Pole, it starts warming up, dumps a lot of cold, fresh water into the ocean, and shuts down the ocean currents, which are driven by heat. And then it sets off this ice age, an ice age, but right around the equator, we're like 10 degrees north, 10 degrees south of the equator, it stays warm until that ocean current system sets itself back up again. And we're due for another one. It's like every 30,000 years.
Right.
And right now, it's the proper time. But also, on those windmills, those things can only turn in one direction. They're big rotors on there, and then whenever the wind stops, they use what power they have left stored to put them in a feathered blade mode, like whenever you feather the prop on a plane, coming in dead stick, so that they don't turn. Because if the wind shifts and hits them from the backside and turns them backward, it'll tear them all to hell. It'd be like driving too fast in reverse.
Right.
And then because they're not turning, that ice storms hit, they ice up so much extra weight on them, and then that ice starts accumulating around the bearing hub, and basically just locks it up tighter than Dick's hat band, and they have to either get out there and use a big crane and spray those things down, with de-icer, or they just have to sit and wait. And but that it's a big fiasco anyway on the design. If they would have built the vertical axis windmills where the generator and everything is on the ground, there's no gimbaling necessary. No matter which way the wind is blowing, that thing's turning. And it was just all the lobbying that went on in D.C. to put these things in, and they put those giant eyesores up, and it was just how much money somebody could fling at it. But those vertical axis ones work great. Like the Cousteau Foundation, their ship, the Calypso 2, after they lost the first one, that thing, when it's out on the ocean, it's got 3 of those vertical axis windmills, and this thing is, as big as a Navy destroyer. And it's got 3 of those vertical axis windmills on them, which are sticking straight up, 3 blades sticking straight up on it, and it powers that thing. They're not even running the engines.
Pretty fascinating stuff there, Scrapyard. Now, I don't know. What'd you say the name of this guy?
Right.
Who's the name of this guy that you said can predict earthquakes?
It's Dr. Ben Davidson. And his channel is Suspicious Observers, and Observers is spelt with a 0 and not an O. That he gives a daily, early in the morning, basically a podcast. And he goes through and uses full satellite imagery of the sunspots and all that. He gives warnings about when, those of us that are in amateur radio and amateur radio, CB, ham radio, whatever, and he gives reports on that as well, and then goes over to the earthquake hotspot predictions, things of that nature. This guy is fully accredited.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
Well, I'm gonna check him out. Now, reason I ask is you got up to the whole talking about the next ice age and the ocean currents, and. Yeah, oddly enough, this past day, or actually it was published, I guess it was on Friday, AccuWeather had the story that the headline, Gulf Stream is the weakest it's been in more than 1,000 years, according to this study. Now, what does that mean? We're all familiar with the Gulf Stream waters, right? Yeah, running up the U.S. coast. And they describe it as like a giant conveyor belt moving the heat of the ocean waters. Tell you more on what they had to say from AccuWeather coming up. First, a quick timeout. Our number, 844-844-5400. 3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group is partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, quickly moving over to a couple of our industry headlines on a Monday here before I get back to the Gulf Stream waters. Changes in the Atlantic currents. Start off with authorities advising drivers in southwest Missouri use caution while driving on the interstates after multiple vehicles have been hit with frozen water bottles. Now, this was this past week. Incidents have happened to motorists driving on Highway 43 in Newton County between the Petro truck stop and Seneca over several days' time, they say. Now, we're lucky somebody hasn't been bad hurt or killed. I mean, some of these have destroyed the fronts of cars. We've had numerous windshields knocked out, the grills knocked out. Very dangerous, according to the police. We had one victim get hit coming into town and going out of town on 2 separate days. The Seneca school bus was struck, cracking the windshield on the morning of the 25th. School bus was traveling at 55 miles per hour. Now, they're saying you get hit in the windshield with something, whatever was thrown, it spooks the driver, which could cause them to go into the ditch, wreck. Yeah, we're talking kids' lives in danger. This is just ridiculous for people doing this. Crazy. I'm assuming it's probably a bunch of kids that have seen something on TikTok or something, and they're trying it, not realizing how dangerous this is and how close they could come to really hurting somebody. A frozen water bottle is like throwing a rock at somebody. It's a deadly weapon. We're going to pursue it. We're going to prosecute it like it is. So they're on the lookout for suspects, but drivers, they're saying, remain alert when traveling through the area. And there was an update on the U.S.-Canadian border. I'll skip over that. 2 Massachusetts men facing federal charges after a crash involving one of their drivers that killed 7 members of a motorcycle club. You'll recall that story from several years ago, back in 2019. This past Friday, the U.S. Attorney's District of Massachusetts announcing the Westfield Transport Incorporated owner has been indicted on 1 count of falsification of records, 1 count of conspiracy to falsify records, and 1 count of making a false statement to a federal investigator. The other guy, also a Westfield Transport owner, was indicted on 1 count of falsification of records. They were both, one was arrested Friday morning, the other is still being searched for. But it was a Westfield Transport vehicle that was involved in that crash June of 2019. In New Hampshire, a group of 10 motorcycles hit by a pickup truck hauling a trailer that crossed over the center line into the eastbound lane. 7 members of the Jarheads Motorcycle Club died in that crash. Pickup was destroyed by 24-year-old Vladimir Zhukovsky, who was a Westfield Transport employee at the time. Now, the 2 arrested, the owners, Damian Gasanoff and D'Artagnan Gasanoff, the 2 that owned the company. That company was shuttered soon after the crash, but according to the attorney's office, they go back through all the records. Between May of 2019 and June of 2019, the defendants falsified driving logs in order to evade federal regulations designed to ensure the safety on the roads and the drivers. Also, that Dunyandar Gasanoff instructed at least 1 transport employee to falsify records, thereby exceeding the number of permissible driving hours, and then made a false statement to a federal inspector regarding the manipulation of recording devices to track the drivers on and off duty hours. Now, these kind of charges, falsification of records, punishable by a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, 3 years supervised release, and a fine of $1 million. The conspiracy to falsify records can carry a sentence up to 5 years in prison, 3 years supervised release, $250,000, the charge of making a false statement to the federal investigator, providing for a sentence of up to 5 years in prison, 3 years of supervised release, and again, a $250,000 fine. The driver of the truck, Zukovsky, is awaiting a May 3rd pretrial hearing on multiple charges, including negligent homicide. The FMCSA reported that Zukovsky tested positive for an unspecified narcotic or amphetamine drug that made him incapable of driving safely at the time of the crash. All right, okay, so there's a little more to the story, but yes, I remember that crash well. Yeah, very, very sad situation. 7 drivers of that club who perished in that crash. All right, let me get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. And what's happening this morning? Monty, what do you know?
Hey, doing pretty good, Steve. Good to talk to you. You remember the last time I called in, or the first time I called in since you got back on the air, we were talking about the insurance, the possibility of Congress raising the minimums up to $2 million.
Yes, sir.
And I ran across some numbers here. One of the guys that works at the OIDA put some numbers together for me. But and this is just the Georgia race here. But between Evan Warnock and Ossoff, they raised $277 million in that Georgia Senate race. And of that, about $11 million was money that came in from lawyers. So, pretty substantial amount when you look at those numbers. So that kind of gives you the idea of what we're up against here as far as people putting money in the pot, and it's just astounding, some of the numbers he gave me. So. The other thing is coming up here shortly. You may have heard about the PRO Act that they're talking about in Congress. That it's kind of along the AB5 deal out in California. Remember that one there a year or two ago?
The ABC test and whatnot, which is very confusing to me. And I remember when it passed in California, they said if it was in place, you would almost eliminate the ability to be an independent owner-operator or something? What was...
Yeah, pretty much. And the only people that received a carve-out in California on that were people that operated beauty salons. So if you owned a building and you rented out the spaces to the individual hairstylist, then they were the only ones that really got this carve-out, this exemption. But it pretty much wreaked havoc on guys that were leased operators to. I think there were several. I think I recall Landstar said that they were going to have to cancel the leases or whatever. I believe it was one that you either had to cancel the lease or move out of the state. That they couldn't keep you in that capacity or whatever. So this PRO Act, they're supposed to take it up March the 8th up in Congress up there. And, look, if you're somebody that you want to have a job, because they talked about the fact that we want to make it easy for working men and women to have the ability to collectively bargain. Well, hey, there's if you want to have that type of a situation, that job, working as in a union or something like that type of workplace, go for it. I mean, we're not against any of that, but we're just against the fact that there shouldn't be a mandate as to how, if somebody wants to be an owner-operator, leased to a carrier, ever how they want to do it. If they want to work in a 1099 situation, there's no reason that they should not be allowed to do that. There's just no reason to mandate that. So there's that's coming up March the 8th. So obviously that's something that's pretty big that we're going to be looking at and going against. A lot of stuff coming out of DC right now. So as you were talking about earlier, and I was listening to you while I was waiting, listening to your story about the frozen ice bottles. Man, anybody doesn't have enough to worry about out on the highway with, critters, deers, whatever, running out in front of you or whatever, people throwing frozen water bottles, man, that's just, catch them people and skin them or something,
Yeah, it is. It's essentially like a big brick, a big rock going right through the windshield.
Yeah. Well, years ago, my dad, he was coming out of Chicago there, and he was down in Indiana there on Route 30, and it was around Halloween time or something or whatever. And the next thing he knew, this ear of corn just smashed the windshield out on his truck. Kids throwing it alongside the highway there, and just out of nowhere. So it's not a pretty sight, that's for sure. So, I was listening to your thing about the water. I seen something about the circulation and of the currents and all and stuff. So it's and I heard the one guy talking about the ozone hole layer. You remember years ago about all the acid rain controversy?
Yeah,
how that was destroying everything. You never hear about that one anymore. So. At any rate, that's all I got this morning, Steve. I just want to throw those numbers out there. So,
hey, thanks for checking in, Monty. Feel free to dial us up anytime you got something to share. Always love hearing from you. All right, with that, it's 844-3388. Let me flip back over again from AccuWeather. Now, what are they saying the impacts of this might be? Group of scientists from Europe presenting new research claiming that the Gulf Stream is weaker now than it has been at any point in the last 1,000 years. The Gulf Stream, the Atlantic Ocean current that plays a largely hidden role in shaping the weather patterns for the United States. Much has been researched and learned about the influential current over the past 500 years, particularly due to the expertise of one of America's founding fathers, one Benjamin Franklin. But in recent decades, a shift in the Gulf Stream's circulation has become weaker than any time over the last millennium, according to the recently published study by scientists from Ireland, Britain, and Germany. Now, the Gulf Stream can be mostly pinned to one catalyst. What do you think that might be? Human-caused climate change. I was saying, well, hold on a minute. If it's, if there was a time where it was just as weak, what caused it to be that weak way back then, over 1,000 years ago? But the Gulf Stream moves a massive amount of water across the Atlantic Ocean. According to one study, it moves nearly 20 million cubic meters of water per second, acting like a giant conveyor belt. How strong of a current is that? Well, nearly 100 times what would be the flow of the Amazon River. These are mind-boggling numbers. The main function of the Gulf Stream is to redistribute heat on Earth by way of the ocean current. It's kind of like an ocean circulatory system, which plays a crucial role in many weather patterns around the globe, but in particular along the U.S. East Coast. Now, how do they come up with this? How can you say from 1,000 years ago? What did you know? What do you know from then? They said the team research was groundbreaking for being able to combine previous bits of research to piece together a 1,600-year-old picture of the AMOC evolution. That's, rather than the Gulf Stream, it used to be the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. Easier to say the AMOC, right? What are the implications? According to AccuWeather, it could plausibly lead to rising sea levels if water levels are warmed this year. It's tricky to know just how warm the waters could get. Previous studies have shown that rising water temperatures and higher sea levels can lead to more extreme weather events, stronger tropical storms, a higher likelihood of heat waves, or a decrease in summer rainfall. But other researchers have come out with opposite data or contrasting data, suggesting that the Gulf Stream hasn't actually declined over the past 30 years. Using a different data modeling system, researchers from the UK and Ireland pieced together data from climate models that they said in a study published earlier in the month of February showed no decline overall in the Gulf Stream flow. Our results reinforce that adequately capturing changes in the deep circulation would be key to detecting any sort of climate change related to the Gulf Stream decline. So their study was published just days before the other team published their research. Somebody's got it wrong. Can't have it both ways. Smurbeck has been a meteorologist at AccuWeather for nearly 25 years. He says he's urging caution on how to interpret these new research claims. One possible repercussion in the discussion in Article 1 about warming waters along the East Coast from the slowdown of the Gulf Stream leading to rising sea levels due to thermal expansion of seawater. That would seem plausible, but he added that the amount of seawater rise would depend on how warm waters could get, and I'm not ready to speculate on that. They then try to go into the history of the Gulf Stream and how it's dated. I think the only time we really talk much anything about the Gulf Stream is during Atlantic hurricane season, when you got a storm coming up out of the Caribbean. When they hit those warm Gulf Stream waters, the storms tend to rapidly intensify. The warmer the water temperatures, the ocean waters, the more fuel that feeds those storms. Hurricanes feed on warm waters. Okay, so take it for what it's worth. As far as I'm concerned, I'll take it with a grain of salt. Now, as far as the gentleman that the caller, Chris, earlier was talking about, I don't know that anyone has, no one has been able to predict earthquakes with any sort of accuracy. I mean, they have come a long way with all the seismic detectors and things they've got placed around the country, but for whatever reason, it seems like animals, birds, wildlife, do have kind of a natural instinct sensing when an earthquake is about to take place within a matter of moments. We don't have that sense. Technology today doesn't exist. As far as some of the other stuff, you can go to spaceweather.com and you can track solar activity, solar flares, when you have the explosions on the sun, the CMEs, coronal mass ejections. That stuff they can give you, depends on how large the explosion is. Sometimes it's a very short notice. Sometimes they give you a day or two's notice on when that stuff's going to be arriving in the atmosphere, impacting the likes of, it could be, for the ham operators, your radio frequencies. Of course, those kind of things can also have impacts on things like the power grid. They can advise, like the service, the grid operators, to juice down, because sometimes when these things arrive, you get a big surge, the kind of thing that could just burn up an entire grid, burn up the entire system. Satellite impacts. They can try to give some forewarning to the satellite operators. Do whatever you have to do if you have any sort of preemptive measures to try to block the effects of the CMAs. All that stuff exists. But again, I want to do a little check-in and see it on that guy about, I don't know of anyone that I've ever heard of being able to predict earthquakes. All right, one final story here as we'll be wrapping things up on a back-to-work Monday. It was actually an off-duty paramedic that got caught up in that big pileup in Fort Worth a couple weeks ago, who has been gifted a new car for his heroic actions pulling people from the chaos. Trey McDaniel was driving his Toyota FJ Cruiser along I-35 on his way to work as a paramedic. Uniform and all, when he noticed brake lights ahead. He tried to slow, but he hit the black ice. Spun into the barrier wall where he was trapped. Then a semi-truck came barreling toward him, unable to stop. The impact crushed his vehicle and actually sent it flying over the barrier wall. He said, I saw the truck bearing down on me and I thought, this is it. It's my time. I braced for impact. Impact is what I got. If you've seen the video that's floating around on the internet, this was when the truck crashed into the vehicle. He was launched airborne over the center barrier into the northbound lanes while he was still in the truck. If you slow the video down, I made a full rotation. My roof rack came off, and my vehicle landed on its top, or my vehicle landed on top of it. Fortunately, I landed wheels down. Every airbag deployed. The cab was pretty much like a cocoon. I was alive. I oriented myself. I crawled out of the driver window, then jumping into action, helping the on-duty paramedics, hardly taking a moment to regain his own bearings. I remember helping to load at least 2 people onto ambulances. When the on-duty paramedics realized he had been involved in the crash himself, they quickly sent him to the hospital, where he was determined to have just scrapes and bruises. He then credited his experience. He posted it on Reddit, crediting his car, his FJ Cruiser, with all the airbags, essentially for saving his life. Short time later, local Toyota dealership, Toyota of Grapevine, caught wind of his story, and they decided to offer him a brand new Toyota for his heroic actions. Dealership handed him the keys to a brand new 2021 Toyota 4Runner as a token of their appreciation. Okay. So a tip of the hat, helping out one first responder there. There were so many that responded and helped the hundreds of people that were involved in that crash there in Fort Worth. But all right, heartwarming story to wrap things up here on a Monday. Have a great day. See you back. Join us again tonight at the midnight hour as we'll do it all over again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.